everyone. All council members to grab their seats.
Am I really?
No.
Okay. All right, everyone. It's 7:02. I call this meeting to order. For everyone in the room, just a heads up, we are at maximum for capacity for fire marshal regulations. That's why we had a limit with wristbands at the door. For everyone outside, unfortunately, we are at maximum capacity. So if you want to watch, you can watch via USAC Live. It's available live streaming. We allow people to come in. They're part of the presenting group. We are at maximum capacity. So everyone file in. We'll go ahead with signing the attendance sheet. Stephanie, if you can please pass that around. We'll move on to approval of the agenda. I have one amendment to the agenda, which is the addition of minutes from last week's meeting, which was March 1st. So we'll add that after approval of the agenda and before public comment. Okay. So now we'll go to any other amendments. Heather?
I move to change the order of the new business items to have the election calendar changes and campaign and candidate expenditure limitations moved before or to make those A and B of new business.
Okay.
And then to move meeting during finals week as the last action item under new business.
Okay, sounds like the new action. Okay, are there any other amendments, Talia? All the hand over to administrators. Is there any locations? Okay. Unfortunately,
The only room that's available is the movie right next door for films. So we don't usually provide that for the
right, and then Kirkhoff Grand Salon is not available.
So there's nothing going on.
That's where we have moved in the past, to do Kirkhoff Grand Salon, but it's not available for tonight. That's I recommend to the door shut, but anyone else who's not available to watch the USAC live, unfortunately, we are only located in this room, and we have to stick with fire marshal regulations. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Trent?
Move to shut down the commission report in yes or no.
Okay. Marvin?
Strike the student loans programming one.
Okay. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I can entertain a motion. Doc?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second? Second by Ariel. All those in favor? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against? And those abstained? 211-0-0 vote. The agenda has been approved as amended. Next up is public comment. Next up is minutes that we added to the agenda. So I can entertain a motion to approve the minutes. I can entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Doc?
I move to approve the minutes.
Is there a second? Second by Ariel. Any discussion regarding the minutes? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against? And those abstained? 211-0-0 vote. The minutes have been approved for March 1st. Next up is public comment. So for all the public commenters in the room, the first round of public comment will be audio only, so USAC Live will be turned off. You will have 2 minutes for public comment. We don't have a microphone there, so just speak loudly. You will be cut off at 2 minutes. The second round of public comment will be audio and visual, so you'll be seen and heard. For all the public commenters in the room, there's 30 minutes of public comment allowed. Initially, you must be a undergraduate with the Undergraduate Student Association. So go ahead and start for audio only. Again, USAC Live is turned off, so they will just hear your voice. We'll start at 7:08, so we'll go until 7:38. So I'll start here.
Okay, my name is Kevin Hale. I'm the SIOC Vice Chair.
I'm also the American Indian Student Association's outreach coordinator. I'm here in favor of the referendum. I can just speak about our success in our program here, American Indian recruitment. We have reached out to various. We have 4 sites that we attend every weekly basis, and our HEA coordinator has reached out to. We have students coming in from Flagstaff, Bordertown, mostly Navajo and Apache students coming out here to visit us on UCLA. We also have 30 students from the Hoopa Valley reservation community college there. They're coming out to visit us here at UCLA. And I just want to support that, most of this work is being done on a volunteer basis, because we're short on funds this year. And I'm in favor of the referendum to help us to reach out further to other states and other reservations on behalf of the Native American community. Thank you.
We'll keep going on. Again, this is audio only. We're going on here. Back over here.
Hello, my name is Justin Lay, and I am representing CPR, Southeast Asian Campus Learning Education and Retention, and the mentorship coordinator for CPR. I am here to really push for the referendum. A little bit of history. 4 years ago, over 3 million Southeast Asians were uprooted from their countries and had to forcibly leave their family and their friends. Everything that they do in order to come to lands like America. And here, the struggle did not stop there. They had to face a lot of things, like acculturation, PTSD. Imagine seeing your friend's family being blown up by explosives. Poverty. There's so many different issues. And even though it's been 40 years, these problems still exist today, and they're evident in the Southeast Asian students at UCLA. These Southeast Asian students are really one of a kind. They've come so far in their lives to come to a great university like UCLA. However, the problem of retention does exist, and that's what CPR tries to do. And we serve hundreds of students, and without this referendum, we won't be able to serve these students, and we will lose generations of Southeast Asians who can contribute so much to the world, especially to UCLA, and to the communities that they come from, and to other communities, all communities, because they bring so much from what they've gone through.
Thank you. I have one right here. For all commentators in the room, since we do only have 30 minutes, I want to make sure we're using our time as efficiently as possible, so maybe we can hold maybe just a slight snap and hold a round of applause by the end, just to make sure we're as effective as possible. I have you right here.
Hi everybody, my name is Jennifer Lee. I'm also a staff member on CPR, one of the 5 retention projects located on campus. I also want to talk a little about the services we provide in support of the referendum. So CPO in itself, within CPO we also have other services including testing, which many students use, as well as study hall, late night bands, and the computer lab. On top of these services, within CPR itself, we have about 11 counselors who each have about 30 students. That's at least 300 students that we are working to make sure that they graduate from UCLA, a great university. The reality of our situation is that without this referendum, a lot of these student-initiated student programs like CPR and other retention projects will have to cut staff, so imagine how many students we would be able to retain if this referendum is not passed. And so I just want to bring up this reality, and I hope that all of you do vote yes for this referendum.
Thank you. One along here. Back over here. And for audio only public comment? Here, all right.
So fellow council members, my name is Adriana Flores, and I'm the UCLA's Retention Coordinator Committee member of the Campus Retention Committee. My involvement is in student-initiated and student-run programs and organizations on this campus has made my UCLA experience fulfilling with critical engagement and social justice. As a group who embraces the concepts of diversity and community, I have continually become involved in spaces that will develop myself and give back to the community. As a unit camp counselor, I have witnessed firsthand the positive impacts on greater LA youth who do not always have access to summer enrichment programs. Yet as a student leader on this campus, having to continually self-sustain projects and programs, also like growing hope that falls under the Community Service Commission, becomes a retention issue for myself that negatively impacts my academic trajectory. We need this referendum on the ballot as a means to allow the student voice to amplify the need to give back to our youth community and future leaders.
Can't sit back there, just raise your hand if you have any poll comment for audio only. Right here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron Hernandez. I am the UCLA Secretary and Treasurer, as well as I'm the UCLA's Community Outreach Director. So as part of members of the UCLA, we go out to the Alton Heights community in the Greater Los Angeles area, and we work and mentor students. They come from low economic, social status, underrepresented, and we work towards basically placing the idea of the university, college in their minds, and hopefully that idea will sprout, and they will one day hope to come to like a great institution like UCLA. When we come, they don't see us as amigos, but they see us as UCLA. It's a great idea that UCLA comes to the school, that comes to work with them, that basically wants them to come to university, that wants them here. We need to push for them to really be here. Not just because it's our duty, but it is our duty. We must push for it. So, yeah.
Keep going on, right there.
Good evening, council members. My name is Stephanie Garcia, and I'm the Wilson High School site coordinator for Gymnastics and Access Project with Under Mitchell. I go twice a week to East LA, and the first time the impact we are making. We provide holistic support by helping them academically, provide mentorship, expose them to social justice efforts in their communities, and help them deconstruct preconceived notions that they cannot attend higher education. Through various instances, like our recent shadow case visit to UCLA, I recall multiple students affirming that they want to and see themselves coming to UCLA. I urge you all to vote yes on placing the referendum on the ballot to continue the opportunity of giving back. As one of our students at site has stated, thank you for everything. I'm really thankful for y'all and just giving me and the Wilson family your support. It's really cool that you guys come down and help out. Also, you guys are a big reason why I want to go to UCLA because I feel at home there and it's also a great school. The student has also brought up interest in being a part of gymnastics once at UCLA to continue giving back to his community and helping more students of color from disadvantaged communities achieve their goals. Support the social justice referendum and true Peruvian values. Thank you.
Anyone here? After that.
Hi, my name is Julia Sanders. I'm a part of the African Education Project here at UCLA. And basically what we do is go out to the community of something and teach students about Black history and African history, going beyond what students are taught in fact, which is the basis of civil rights movement, right? And so we basically teach them the things that we wish we would have learned when we were younger. And our first site visit, I learned that there was a student who thought Martin Luther King was a slave, and I thought, okay, and that's why we're here to teach them what's right. And so basically, the passing of the social justice referendum make it possible for us to continue to go out into the community. It will make us, it will provide us with resources for transportation, for lunch, for our voluntary staff and students. Additionally, our site takes place outside of the park. There's no restaurant out there. So the passing of this referendum will provide us with funds to get the space for us. So, yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Salva Estrada. I'm a project director for Protection Life, a project under the Community Programs Office Student Association. Our project goes to underrepresented communities, such as CPA in Inglewood, and we tutored 3rd to 5th graders. And we also offer a quarterly field trip. Our volunteers also double as mentors. So we retain the same kids, so our kids are usually very excited about our quarterly field trip, like where we're going, what's happening. Unfortunately, these past 2 quarters, we didn't get funded enough money by the Community Activities Committee. So we actually have to explain to like 8-year-olds, I'm sorry, we're not able to take you because we don't have enough money. I support the social justice referendum because about $4.45 of the $24 will go to the Community Activities Committee, which is the where we receive most funding from, was on the summer. I support the referendum because many other projects that are just trying to get back to the community aren't allowed to based off money. Hello everyone, my name is Monica Aguilar and I'm a fitted intern, one of the student retention projects. Our project serves to help bring back consciousness of holistic health through free fitness workouts and health education classes led by a registered dietitian. As students, especially underrepresented, we are too focused on helping our communities that we often neglect our health. Therefore, this is why Fitted is here, to provide a healthier lifestyle for students so that they can live a long, healthy life. By sharing the skills we provide and to help their communities, I am here in favor of the referendum because it will help all retention projects continue to reach out to underrepresented communities and keep retention rates of students of color.
Thank you. Keep going along. The audio only public comment. Over here. Over here. That's you, and then you.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexis Martinez. I'm currently the Metro and MECAP Assistant Director, which is one of the retention projects in CPO. And today I really just wanted to talk about a little bit of my narrative and how these retention projects have really affected me. As a first year coming into UCLA, I was struggling with mental health issues, not really knowing how to go about campus, and it was very hard for me. And it wasn't until I was exposed to these retention projects, and specifically an academic care counselor, who helped me learn policies, because I didn't even know things like ECP, expected cumulative progress. I didn't know exactly what my major was, and so having these guidelines here through my care counselor really helped me, and then that exposed me to the personal care counseling services that they have, which specifically work on mental health issues with students, and we refer them to places like CAPS and other resources. I then became involved with the mentorship program, so I was able to get paired up with a mentor who helped me kind of guide me into what I wanted to do. And ultimately, I became part of the internship, which is a 2-unit class that is run by students. And this program has been here since the 80s, and even more before the routes have been more expensive into the 60s. So these projects really do have an impact on students, helping them develop student leadership and also empowering them. So it's not just that we're targeting students for their own personal development, but also these true proven values of leadership and so on that really UCLA embodies and really emphasizes. So my narrative isn't the only one. I've met so many students as an academic care counselor who have had these similar narratives, who need these services still, and we meet with all students. So we really try to outreach, but it's so hard when now we can only meet with students for 8 weeks, and we only can meet with them twice a quarter. So we really need to focus on this issue of retention and making sure that when students get here,
Hello everyone, my name is Olivia Naranjo and I am the Assistant Director of MICHA at UCLA Chinachly. I'm here to urge you all to put the social justice referendum on the ballot, and the reason why is because projects like Chinachly and other access community projects on campus go on a weekly basis to sites that are in the greater LA area. We drive over an hour every week to and from to like East LA and Royal Heights, etc., to give students services that may not be accessible in the community or services that are crucially relevant. And I'm here to also say that as students in this university, we need to ensure that outreach efforts continue to exist for further years, which is the purpose of this referendum, and also to advocate for our project for directing decisions, as low funding is putting that position in risk of being cut, and we don't want our projects to suffer that. So we really urge you all to put the referendum on the ballot so we can continue to service under-resourced youth in the greater LA area. So thank you all.
Going on. And then everyone, we have 16 minutes left of public comment. Over on this side.
I'd just like to speak. My name is David Streamer. I'm project director for Fitted, but also I'm on board with the American Indian Student Association. I'm just going to speak from a personal perspective on how these retention programs have helped myself. Being a first generation college student from a reservation in San Diego County, I was not exposed to anything like academics at UCLA. So I was very unprepared for into UCLA at the first year, and finding the retention mechanisms now reigning within a family away from home. And that family allowed me to excel in academics in the first and second year, and even though I struggled, it allowed me to stay here. And getting involved, I worked with Rain in the second year, Fitted my third year now, directing projects. And furthermore, I just got accepted to the master's program. So, not only working projects and partners, just kind of working each other full time, you know, and without the projects here, I wouldn't be able to do Referendum. And now my little sister here is a second year, and my brother will be a first year. So this is doing more native students, these projects are, you know, with native students less than 1% here at the state campus, there's something wrong. If we pretend to raise the audience, there's always something wrong with that. And if we're gonna cut more of these funds, then that means we're gonna have probably 0% American students from the state campus, which is on American Indian Night. These projects, this is all very, like, essential to our these places, and I think especially for the kids.
Please raise your hand for comment.
Still audible. My name is Michael Crowley. I'm a transfer coordinator at ASU, so that means I'm in charge of the students. I'm in touch with the students, so I'm here to support all the transfer students here, and I'm also here to support all the students that fall under the ASU ban, which is the student applicant that basically aligns themselves or sees themselves as an applicant on this campus, and especially as one that transfer from college, seeing that majority, especially African males across this country, come from California Community College. College is very important that we allow that our access to potential programs here in UCLA. Me, myself, I work with SHAPE, so I go out into the community and work with students. But additionally, for all the students that do that, I know, especially in the, well, not especially, but especially the Black community, where there was only 4% of students here at UCLA. Those students are trying to figure out the system, and as they're doing that, they're really confused. And without programs, access to the teacher programs that we have, that would be possible.
Hi, everybody. My name is Judy Williams. I'm the chairperson of the African Student Union this year. I just want to urge council to please consider the referendum based on the ballot. This has been something that students of color have gotten together and come together and rally around, something that we haven't seen used in a very long time. And I think that this referendum is very important just because it ultimately is what is fulfilling our agenda at the African Student Union. We always focus on access and retention, and through our access and retention projects, that's a way for us to always make sure that we're in the community, always make sure we're retaining students. And if the referendum were not to pass and our projects were to have to be changed in any type of way or be lost, that would be very detrimental to the Black community. I think that you all need to see that. And I also think that, you know, this is a decision that the students ultimately should be making when they much charge, whether you want to ask. So I'll say
Hi everyone, my name is Glenn Baum. I am Secretary for Council Coordinator. Justin talked about CFLO a little bit, the Southeast Asian Pension Project. I just wanted to let you know the reality of the project right now is that our staff is getting paid 9 hours while working 25 to 30. And the reality is that our staff is taking on more than 2 jobs, and our staff is over-retention with applicants right now. We're spending time doing stuff for our community, helping students retain at UCLA, while not really focusing as much on ourselves. But reality is that these students are at risk. We're helping through readmission students. So if you don't know about the VRC program, the students who have been dismissed from UCLA, the projects are working with them to have them come back to UCLA. The retention projects are telling people outside UCLA that UCLA cares about you. UCLA cares about people with color issues. UCLA is a place for you. We want you to graduate. So I really want to push for the council to vote for this referendum.
So back when we started, I can ask the Facilities Commissioner to please turn on the video of USAC Live. We'll keep going on for public comment. So go back here. Please raise your hand for public comment. It's audio and visual. You're all good.
Hi everyone, my name is Robert Zamani. I'm the president of the Pacific Island Student Association, and I want to say, along with all the movements going here before this, that I support the social justice referendum and still place it on the ballot. As one of the sponsoring organizations and one of the projects in the Student Initiative Outreach Committee, our project means the world to us, and is what we, as percent involve ourselves in like year in, year out. We were founded in 1996 and plan on being here for decades to come. This referendum will help ensure that.
Hi, my name is Joanna. I'm from the Student Association. and I'm basically a AAP, or the Academic Adjustment Program. I first heard about AAP through the Freshman Summer Program, and I really enjoyed being a part of it because I didn't have familiarity with the campus. I learned about the benefits of AAP, and I was able to meet with academic counselors. Additionally, I was able to connect with a community of students of color that I would have otherwise not met during my arts school. Another huge benefit of AAP is the peer learning community that students show us, which is basically just what we do. And I took some peer learning questions for study that I found as really fast. The tutor basically just breaks down the material in simple ways that are easier to understand. Also, the TA won't stop classes if only one person doesn't understand, and peer learning makes sure to go over the things that we're studying. With more learning for AAP, these services can continue to grow and serve students like me, especially when students who are color of learning from that.
Hi, I'm friend Kelsey Foster. I'm a first year. I'm also from the Pacific Island Student Association, and I'm the Academic Success Coordinator for PEERS, which is the Pacific Islander Education and Retention Project. So PEERS is an outreach project that caters to PI students at Long Beach Poly High School as well as Carson High School. And I started out this year as a peer advisor, getting paid for 6 hours a week, which meant that I attended one site and a staff meeting each week, when 3 years ago the same position was funded for 9 hours a week. That included 2 sites and a staff team. I've recently been moved to a coordinating position, but I'm still getting paid for fewer hours than the peer advisor position was 3 years ago. This reduction in hours affects not only myself as a student working to try to support myself, but also the high school students that will directly benefit from the services that PEERS provides.
My name is Tani Bubbles Aranda. I'm a 4th year and a board member of the Pacific Island Student Association. I attended Carson High School, which is one of the sites that the Pacific Islander Education and Retention Services. Interacting with the Pacific Islander students from UCLA through PEER contributed to my choice to attend UCLA. And attending the end of the year retreat that PEER throws for the high school students, I was able to meet the incoming project director, who encouraged me to apply to be on PEER staff. I worked for PEER for my first 2 years in college, which allowed me to give back to my alma mater as well as to the general Pacific Islander community in the greater LA area. It's nice to know that although I don't work for PEER anymore, my UCLA Pacific Islander family continues to tutor and peer advisor students, one of which happens to be my cousin. I'm graduating in June and still want to see PEER thriving in the years to come. I believe this referendum can help make that happen.
I'm the director of the Asian Pacific Coalition, which is an organization comprised of 24 Asian Pacific Islander orgs on campus. And I'm in support of the social justice referendum. There's it funds many different campus sources, not just the Pacific Island. So it gives back to financial aid, various vehicles on campus that other students groups can apply to, as well as CPO. As you all heard, all the students here do great work, are vastly underpaid. And we're not, we do this job because we love our communities, we love our students. And so I don't understand why, I'm seeing every week DSU selling bread to fund their programs. Why, I see Metro selling food to fund their programs. They're already underpaid and overrun. It doesn't make any sense. And so the social justice referendum would help us stabilize funding and keep these programs going on. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I'm the president of the American Indian Student Association this year. I just wanted to speak from a very personal point of view about this referendum. Without RAIN, which is our retention project, I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have any of those cool opportunities that I get now. I wouldn't be president, absolutely not. Last year, I got the opportunity to be a peer counselor on RAIN, and like many other people in my organization, I wore many different hats. I was a sophomore last year. I was POWER coordinator, which is one of the largest student events on campus. I was also a treasurer and a peer counselor. Kevin right now is our outreach coordinator. He's the vice chair of the SIOC, and he's a peer counselor. David plans our youth conference, and he's the director of fitness. Everyone wears different hats. We work way more than we get paid for. Like everything here just means so much to us. And honestly, I think we'll all do anything to see it stay and grow. And just speaking from an American Indian point of view, we have poor retention rates, and like David said, being on Gabrielino Tonga land, that's just unacceptable. We need to do anything we can to get that back up.
Hi, my name is Danny. I'm the president of the Agency Union, and I urge the council to vote yes for this referendum. This referendum isn't just a simple piece of paper where we're just demanding things. It is our voices. It's our collective voices as people of color, but also voices of the USAC community. Because look at all of us. Look around. There's so many different communities here in this room right now who are taking 10th out of their 10th week when they should be studying for finals, when we should be retaining ourselves because we supported the referendum. We want this to pass. We want this to be on the ballot, and we want this to be student choice. And it warms my heart to see so many of our communities come together when in the past we fought tooth and nail against each other because of different ideologies. This is one thing we can agree on. We need money. We need money for ourselves. We need money for our students. We need money to ensure that our high school students are coming to college. We need money to ensure that our college students are actually graduating and not dropping out. I'll be honest, I am on probation, and without secure, I don't know where I would probably be subject to dismissal last quarter if not for the help of my retention project. And for my outreach project, we are outreaching to over 100 high school students every single year, and we're making sure that they are excited for college. That they don't end up in gangs, they don't end up doing drugs, they don't doing stupid shit so that they can get to college and be amazing individuals that we know they are. I ask you all to really put this on the ballot and let the UCLA community decide. Let them decide. We already here. We already know what we want. Hear our voices. Make sure our voices are heard so that we can be as one community and not just Vietnamese, Hispanic, African American, so that we can be one community, one unified community. We're already here staying unified. Let us be unified on UCLA.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left. We've got 2 more public commenters. Our hand back there.
Hi, my name is Sam Wheeler. I'm a first-year transfer student, and like many other students at UCLA, I was very nervous on what my role would be on campus. The only difference is I didn't have 2 years to build community, and I also only have 2 years to get involved. So, unfortunately, I found a place where I could address all those concerns, where I could meet with my African American people, I could meet with my Latinos, I could engage in different communities like AEP, where she spoke about. And that was all at CPO. Working at CPO, I've seen a positive impact that's not only made with underrepresented communities, but all communities. Because I've seen people from every background and every ethnicity use our services. No one service on the referendum is more important than any other. But I would like to emphasize on some, like one that's really important is the food closet, which provides food to all students who are hungry and does not be denied to anybody. Also, the Culture and Spiritual Students Program Fund, which is essential in teaching acceptance, appreciation, education of other cultures, which a lot of UCLA lacks. Sometimes you reach out to communities who aren't invested in already, like they're specifically told that they're not able to make it here, they're not provided the opportunity to make it here, so I like going back and telling them they can make it here, because I was told the same thing. Overall, I'm in support of the social justice referendum because it is needed for exactly what it's called, social justice. These resources aren't just for one community, but everybody needs them.
Thank you. We have time for one more public commenter. I had your hand. Do you defer your time again? Do you defer your time again? Yes. Okay.
Yes, actually, I'm a first generation after living here. Obviously. My name is Dave. So anyways, yes, I'm here to support the social justice referendum because I feel, a student like me coming in, first generation, I already know what to expect. I struggled in my fall quarter, and the peer counseling saved me, to say the truth. So, I'm here for my daughter. And I feel like I can't tell her what to do if I didn't do it, so I'm here doing it because I struggled. I gave up a great job just to be broke and show my daughter education is the way. And the programs that the referendum has to offer, they're amazing. Just, sometimes I have time manager walking to campus and being able to grab a snack just to get him for the day. Thank you.
now we'll move on to special presentations. Our first special presentation is for Teach for America, for Haley. Haley, are you present? Yes. Okay, hi, if you can make space. Also, please try your best to move away from the projector. Are you using it? I'm not using it. Okay, you're okay for right now, but in a moment.
Good.
Haley, go ahead a second for everyone who's leaving.
Good job, Danny.
Sorry, now second, Okay, if we can get everyone to silently exit the room if you're exiting, I want to make sure we're running as effectively as possible. So Haley, you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes of questions from the council. I'll let you know when it's been 12 minutes and you have about 3 minutes left.
So just so you know, hi, my name's Haley. I'm a fourth year here at UCLA. Before we get started talking about Teach for America, I want you guys to think about when you first got accepted to UCLA, when you went online or read the mail or whatever, and you got accepted to UCLA. How proud your parents were, how excited you were. And then I want you to imagine that if every single one of us in this room came from a low-income area, one out of the three of us would not only not be here to Prestige University, but we wouldn't have graduated high school. And those are the facts today in America, and that is exactly what our kids are up against, and that is exactly what Teach America is trying to stop. How are we doing this? How is Teach America, as well as many other organizations, preventing this and changing these odds? We are taking driven, hardworking students just like yourselves and placing you in one of our 52 low-income regions across America, where you will not only get your get the possibility of your master's and loan finish, also your credential. This whole time also, I don't want you to think this is like a volunteer or anything like that. This is a viable job straight out of graduation that you can have. Now, why this is so important to me is that I'm a product of a low-income area. I'm a first-generation student. My dad didn't graduate high school. So this is very near and dear to my heart, and it's exactly why I'm out here and why I wanted to come into this room and share this all with you, because I know within student government and with everyone in this room that we are leaders, and that Bruins we care about education, or we wouldn't be here today. So what we can all do is that, I know that the senior deadline is just passed if you're a senior, sorry. But if you are a junior, you are able to apply. So I know going into your senior year, that'd be great to know you have a job at the end of this, as well as a job that you care about, and that is actually really doing something for education and doing for kids. So our next deadline for juniors is April 20th. The first part of the application process is only just 3 questions and your resume, so it's very simple, very easy. Does anyone have any questions for me at all in the room? Or am I allowed to do that?
It's just for people on the council table.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So did you have anything else? Should we go straight into questions?
No, I also have contact cards I can pass around if anybody wants it. I'll be here for like a little bit longer. Then you just I'll be here in this corner, just pass them back along. If you would like to be interested at all. We have some internships if you guys are younger. You can become a campus campaign coordinator just like myself as well, and spread the word about this organization.
Okay. Let's give Haley a round of applause. Are there any questions for anyone on the council table?
So I'm graduating and obviously that I passed. So how does that work for like recent graduates?
Recent graduates is a great question. You can still apply. You just won't be able to do it for your next year, like straight out of college. You can always apply again and again. Also, if you're a junior and you don't get it, you can apply again your senior year. If you're a senior and you don't get it, you can apply for it next year as well. So it's like a yearly basis. You can reapply until you get it. So, okay.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming. Okay, next up is special presentation for parking services. So we can kind of clear away from the projectors.
Hi, I'm Mr. Kirby, Director of Parking Services. I'm here to talk about our transportation programs that we fund out of parking
And then because before you started, you'll have 15 minutes to let you know you have 12 minutes. 12 minutes are done, so you have 3 minutes left, followed by 5 minutes of questions from the council.
Well, it's kind of easy. So just to let you know, Transportation Services has some campus goals that we support surrounding the issue of carbon neutrality, the climate action plan. We're trying to get our driver home rate for employees down to 50%. We have to have a campus trip cap of no more than 139,500 trips in and out of campus per day. And we also have a mandate from the Southwest Air Quality Management District to have an employee hours on camp. So those are the goals we're working from. So our mission is about access and mobility. It's not about parking, although people think this is parking. So we're trying to make sure that everyone who needs to get to campus every day, that's students, staff, faculty, all the medical center employees, all the patients, all the visitors, anyone coming for an academic conference, and then just the general public who wants to come and visit the local campus can access the campus. That's kind of challenging because we have a daily population of around 25,000, and we only have a little more than 22,000 parking spaces. So we're all about how do we meet that challenge with a growing population without having everybody drive their own car to campus. You might not realize this, but UCLA is an urban campus. Not only is it an urban campus, but we are surrounded by some of the busiest streets, not only in the country, not only in the state, but in the country. Wilshire Boulevard has the highest traffic volume of any place in LA and actually exceeds many freeways in the country. So adding more and more cars is not the solution. Getting people out of their cars is. So one of the things we do every fall is we count trips. We have our trip cap of 139,500. That's our agreement for the city of LA. That started in 1990 when we had 123,000 trips and a daily population of only about 53,000. We now have a student staff population of 73,000, almost 74,000, and our trips are 100,000. All of that is through the funding of alternative transportation, as well as, not incidentally, building a lot of beds on the hill. So this is the drive alone versus sustainable mode split for students. You'll see the students look like they're doing really good. Their drive alone rate is 26.1%. That sounds really good. So 2 years ago, it was 22.9. It's headed in the wrong direction. Same thing with staff. We have a drive alone rate of 52.9%. That also sounds pretty good. But again, it's headed in the wrong direction. 2 years ago, it was 51.6. This is our mode split compared to the greater LA area and the national average. So our drive-alone rate is much better than the national average and the LA city average. Our transit ridership is really good. Carpooling, we're okay. Walking, we're doing really well compared to the national average and the LA average. Bicycling, again, doing really well, and then we have the ubiquitous category of other. So, some of the things we're doing, we're really trying to emphasize bicycling. We've had significant growth in bicycling. As many of you might have noticed, there's a lot of green bicycle lanes on the campus, and we're working very hard to try and get the bicycle lane on Westwood Boulevard in the city of Los Angeles. That's a challenge, but we're working on it. But the good news is that every day we have about 3,000 bicyclists coming to campus. If you looked at us 10 years ago, it was probably closer to 1,000, maybe more. We also have a lot of people who walk. The non-Red Hall students, about a third of them walk to campus, and about 12% of employees walk to campus. Again, another group that we're trying to target, because there are a lot of employees who live in a walkable distance who still drive their car every day. One of the problems with this multimodal community, though, is safety. How do we coexist safely? Bicyclists, walkers, skateboarders, cars, buses. It's a lot of stuff on a very small footprint. So we do a lot of activities. We do what we call traffic calming, which is literally narrowing roads so people drive slower. The speed limit on campus is 25 miles an hour. I bet most people don't know it, and most people certainly don't drive that.
We also subsidize public transit, and I know all of you know this, one of the things we're finding out is that we've been doing this for many, many years. Somehow the message has gotten lost in the last couple of years. So we subsidize public transit for 6 agencies, Santa Monica Big Blue Bus, Culver City, LA Metro, LA DOT, which includes Commuter Express from the Valley, County Commuter Transit, and Antelope Valley Transit. So we subsidize at least 50% of the pass if you want to do that. And we also allow you to do multiple things. So, for example, when the Expo line opens in May, if you happen to live along the Expo line, you could buy a subsidized Expo line pass, and then you can get a subsidized Flash Pass and take either the Culver City Rapid 6 or the Santa Monica Rapid 12 straight up to campus from the Expo. So for those of you who live anywhere along the Expo line, or that nowadays, live all the way out to Monrovia and Azusa, because now the Gold Line goes out there, you can actually have a very predictable, modestly priced transportation to campus using multi-bus lines. So our most popular bus line is the Rapid 12, and we have about 13% of employees who commute to campus by bus, and again, about a quarter of students who commute and do not live on campus commute to campus by bus. And getting back to that safety issue, we have more than 400 buses actually come to campus every single day. Carpoolers and dancelers, we have about 1,000 carpool permits that we issue every year. Carpooling is sort of stale. We're trying to reharvest that. And danceling is also a little stale, so we're trying to reharvest. On-campus students, 85% of them walk at their daily trip, 3% bicycle, and about 7% actually use Bruin bus for some portion of their commute every day. That includes Raymond Terrace graduates. Notable changes growth. We just grow and grow and grow. The student population is going to grow, as all of you know. We have a commitment to 750 additional students next year, 600 and that's just undergrad, doesn't include grad. Staff is also growing. The medical center is just, I mean, it's a world-class hospital, and a lot of people want to go there, and they just keep adding staff to support that. We have a little bit of a parking crunch, you might have noticed. Had our first wait list for more than 10 years for students, so we're trying to address that proactively. And then, again, peak LA area traffic has returned. I know for me, when I leave at night at 4:45, it can take me 20 minutes to 45 minutes to get onto the 405 street. So, traffic is not good. The other thing is transit ridership overall is down. Van ridership is down, and solo driving is up. I showed you the statistics for solo driving for employees and students, but across the country, solo driving is also up. We drove more miles per person than we ever had in the U.S. So this is sort of a look at the numbers. The bottom are student commuters. So they've gone from about 27,000 in 2006 to about 30,000. The on-campus students have actually grown a lot more, which is good. And I think they're trying to get more beds, although that's not my thing, thank God. I also wanted to talk about the student parking prioritization. This is a project that we brought to USAC and GSA about 5 years ago. And at the time, there was no student waiting list, so it didn't cause a lot of consternation. But now that there is a student waiting list, there is consternation. So I just wanted to lay it out, and I want to make sure everybody knows what the prioritization is. We have specially allocated students. That are students who have a department who has an allocation, and they get to actually decide who gets the parking. Parking has nothing to do with it. Then we have students with unique needs. These are students with childcare issues, students with dependent, absolutely, students with dependent parents, sick parents, or some unique situations like passing away of a parent in the last year. Those are the things that we park those people first. There's a different process for them, but we park them first. Then we park eligible carpoolers. Any carpool that applies on time, who's eligible, gets parked. Then we graduate students. Then we commingle seniors and juniors. And then we commingle sophomores and freshmen.
Incentives for students. We are offering free Brew and Go flash passes. Every student who lived in the Brew and Go commute area who didn't get a spring quarter permit is being mailed a flash pass. No harm, no foul, you get it, hopefully you'll use it. We're going to do the same thing for fall, although we're going to try and do some preemptive strikes. We also have a growing commuter club for students, and one of the things we found is a lot of people don't know about these things, so we're trying to rework that message. Which gets me to the last point. We have realized from conversations we had with students this year that our website was not answering the questions that people didn't even know they had. So we've been consulting with some student groups. We're completely rewriting the website. Instead of saying student parking, it's going to say student commuting, and then it's going to break down undergrad and grad, and it's going to tell you if you're a student with unique needs, you don't have to go through the student application process. You can go through this other process. So we're really trying to improve the information, but we're also asking everyone else to help us with that information. So we seem to have stumbled in how we get information out, which we think is one of the reasons why our transit ridership is going down, because a lot of students don't even know we offer a subsidized transit pass. And then I just wanted to do a little bit about our parking financial plan. We are not doing a fee consultation this year. We consulted on our fees last year. The fee was supposed to go up January 1. We deferred it to July. But parking services is an auxiliary unit. We do not receive any state funds. We have to make all the money to pay for all of our operating costs, including all the parking structures on campus. We have to pay the debt service on those structures. We actually took out debt through bonds. We're paying that back. We have to do all the major maintenance, including seismic retrofitting. We've done an improvement in the lighting. We're about to embark on an EV charging system project. So all that has to come out of our funds. In addition, after we pay all of the parking services operating costs, then we subsidize all the transit and van pool and carpool programs. So all that comes out of parking services funds, but we run it over a 10-year plan. Instead of doing a big giant fee increase because we have a big giant expense, we actually try and do tiny little fee increases. So we build our reserves up and then we spend our reserves down. We build our reserves up and we spend our reserves down.
So you're about 3 minutes left.
Okay. One of the things we don't do is construct parking. We estimate that for every parking space we would construct today, we would have to subsidize the operation by about $200 per month after revenue coming in from parking sales. So thankfully our drive-in rate is good because otherwise that wouldn't work very well. Parking revenues last year, we generated $49.6 million. About 52% of that comes from permits, about 48% of that comes from daily sales. This year, our budget is $49.7 million. Next year, our budget is $53.4 million, which sounds like a big jump, but we also have a big jump in expenses. So this is our 5-year plan. If you go to the next one, this is next year. So we're budgeting $53.4 million in revenue. Our operating expenses is about $26.1 million. That leaves us about $27.3 million after operating. Then we have to pay our debt service. Next year, that's about $11 million. We do a contribution to our major maintenance, which is $6 million. Then we have unallocated of $10.3 million. We do earn short-term interest on that money. But then our alternative transportation subsidy next year is going to be about $12 million. So that's not insignificant. And then we have infrastructure investment of $7.2 million. That can be anything from the bicycle lanes we've been putting in, some bike walkers. We're about to kick off a bike share program, which is similar to car share, but with bicycles. All of that money also comes out of that nice little called infrastructure investment. So next year, we actually plan on using about $8 million of our reserves and having the reserve balance at the end of the year of about $18.8 million.
All right, and a round of applause.
5 minutes questions from the council. Right here.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. In regards to how parking permits are allocated, specifically in the junior category, how does the need for parking permits in the senior category and how we allocate permits? How does the need differ?
There's no need. This is not a fee-based system. This is a random draw.
So we're getting juniors and seniors because then.
We just collect them all. Anybody with a unique need who has a real need, we just feel we don't separately totally outside the system. Then it's just a random.
Is there any prioritization off of commuters versus students who live on campus?
Yes, students who are in front. Students who live on campus do not get parking unless they have a verified off-campus job or a verified official university internship. So if you live on campus, the expectation is you don't bring a car. We have Zip car car share cars for you if you need them for a trip. There's also for $33 a quarter, you can ride a big blue bus or Culver City anywhere. So our expectation is if you live on campus, you don't bring
How is the trip cap calculated? Is that every the city?
How's the cap calculated or the trip's calculated?
The cap.
The cap was an agreement with the city of Los Angeles as part of the Long Range Development Plan in 1990. It's not an official part of the Long Range Development Plan any longer. However, as part of our town and gown relationships, we've kept that cap and we report on it every year to the school. Jim?
So I know you touched in your presentation on talking about the wait list and how, it was in the improvement, it got a lot of attention on campus among students. But, going forward and kind of showing us your financials and how, why you had wait lists with the traffic and, more enrollment coming in. Are there any sort of steps that parking is thinking about taking to try to address this and try to make parking more accessible to students who
to minimize the wait list?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, yes, but our way of minimizing the wait list is addressing the employee driver rebate. If we could get the employee driver rebate down to the goal of 50%, we would not have student wait lists, even with the projected growth in employees. So, because employees, as part of their terms and conditions of employment, are entitled to a permit, our way of tackling the demand side is to reduce their demand, therefore freeing up space for students.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up on the agenda, I have hashtag UCLA Wellness Referendum, led by Dr. Emma. Okay, so for our student presenters, you have 15 minutes. I'll let you know when it's been 12 minutes. You have 3 minutes left, and we'll have 5 minutes of questions from the council.
Okay, so we are here, I'm Zach, that's Community Services.
Marvin, Simul's Commissioner.
I'm talking about the teacher, the most commissioner.
And we're going to go ahead and present to you a referendum that we're going to go ahead and put forth on the ballot for the spring election, titled hashtag UCLA Wellness. So basically the question that we want, and this is shown in the supplemental language as well, it's kind of a presentation to supplement that. So the Undergraduate Student Association supports the wellness of the student body, student organizations, and surrounding community through increasing student fees by $6 per undergraduate student per quarter for 3 consecutive years to fund wellness-related programming services beginning in fall 2016. So now we're just going to kind of take that question and break it up into what everything this is going to fund.
So one of the first items that you'll see is the $1.50 quarter to UCLA Counseling and Psychological Services, or colloquially known as CAPS. CAPS is actually, CAPS is pretty familiar to all of us to a certain extent. If anything, here's just some kind of written down things of what they do: individual counseling, psychotherapy, psychiatric evaluation, treatment. They do a lot of traditional psychological services, and they also work on campus mental health and wellness promotion. So they are really the focal service that really advocates for mental health and wellness on a professional level. And so, yeah. So currently, right now, the state of CAPS This year, I've been fortunate enough to meet with many times with Newport Region Interim Director, also Associate Vice Chancellor, or Assistant Vice Chancellor of Student Development at Southwell. And we were able to talk about the state of CAPS. And then one thing is pretty apparent to every student, every individual, and just like community members that CAPS utilization is, it's almost like they're overwhelmed. You know, CAPS utilization is really at an all-time high, where 1 out of 5, maybe around 20% of the whole UCLA community is really utilizing CAPS services. This is an all-time high. This is well above the national average at other large-scale institutions around the nation. And this high utilization compounds with the fact that UCLA is one of the most diverse campuses in the nation, and this, with diversity. And so this is really an issue that a lot of us are very well aware of. And so accessibility is essentially the root problem. And so to address this, we need to think in more innovative ways rather than just adding one more counselor. Adding one more counselor essentially, the analogy that Dr. Green used was that it'll add a lane on 405. And essentially that, yeah, that's great, but it'll be filled up in about 3 minutes. And so that's not necessarily the way we want to approach it. What we want to approach it, how we discussed with them, is that we want to look at ways where we can improve campus awareness and education through increasing accessibility, or thereby increasing accessibility. And so that means impacting the UCLA community, and particularly undergraduates, in a more broad and almost more intimate way, in that every student can be reached through media resources, including like podcasts and interface media content. Where Dr. Green is absolutely amazing. She's said, hey, like, let's do this. Like, I really want to do this. I want to face all over the internet. And that's great. And then, yeah, so have wellness skills workshops where we can, all students can utilize. And that includes any of these subject matters, and we can expand on that. Also, peer support programs where CAPS in itself, obviously isn't a peer support program, but professional. And then more so they do understand the utilization and the necessity and the benefit of having peer support groups. Similar to what many of us know, many of us are actively involved in. Peer support groups are very important in terms of like, CAPS will be able to connect more with different peer support groups, including the ones that they're already pretty intimately connected with. And also the last one, Dr. Green, really brought this up in that this money could help create undergraduate internship opportunities for students like us here wanting to get more involved and wanting to work towards the mission that we all want, which is essentially increasing the accessibility for CAPS. And so that is.
And so next I'd like to talk about why the contingency program is funded on the UCLA Wellness Referendum. The conversations have been brought up. The conversations have been brought up over and over and over again about why USAC does not have any sustainable funding source. To the point where you're probably sick and tired of hearing about it. Well, I'd like to reiterate just why student groups need these funds, because it's so important, and a $1 per quarter per student increase could really go a long way. In addition to it, it could really remedy all of the problems that we've been talking about in their year. So just to start off, we're currently about over 1,000 registered student organizations, and this number has been increasing by about 42 on average each year. So just by this fact alone, we know that the need for funding has been increasing at a pretty steady level. Remember that every single registered group is eligible for funding. Also, the contingency programming fund is one of the only funding sources that operates during the summer. So literally every single student group can apply year-round. Additionally, contingency is the most applied to, most efficient, and most utilized funding, where the finance committee will allocate on a weekly basis. In addition, we, by the end of the fiscal and school year, 100% of the funds are allocated to various student groups. There's definitely a difference between being allocated and spent. So yes, 100% of the funds are allocated. In addition to that, all of these funds are spent. And the finance committee closely monitors this by periodically closing accounts where if a student group doesn't utilize all of their funds for one of the programs, then that money will go back into the general funding pool and can be reallocated to other groups. These are just some of the things that contingency support: culture-based retreats, educational workshops, youth and retention projects, and actually a lot of the organizations that are represented right here in this room have applied to contingency. Contingency is an auxiliary source for funding. And next slide. Yeah, so up here you can see that this is our membership fee. It has not increased for 14 years, and the last increase was in 2002, just by $3. This does not match the growth in student enrollment and, all of the other needs like the cost of programming. So as this has remained stagnant, really there has been an increase. In addition, contingency only receives about 10% of the membership fee. Specifically, we receive about 10% of the operational budget, which is comprised of membership fees and interest income. Interest income is less than $100, so it's almost immaterial. So we can generalize it by saying contingency receives 10% of this membership fee, and since this has remained stagnant, the funds in contingency has remained stagnant since 2002. Next slide. So essentially, there is a huge increase in need, which is tangibly manifested in the overall number of applications. Just from fall quarter of this year to winter quarter, we've seen on average about 5 more groups applying weekly. And if I can draw your attention to the right, this is directly and excerpts the transparency report that I presented last quarter. So there's definitely an increase in need because of purchasing power due to inflation, funding literacy because we've been holding our workshops to educate student groups on the various resources available to them. In addition, IPP student group liaisons have been really great in letting student groups know what funding resources are available to them. There have been more groups overall, as mentioned in the previous slide, and lastly, there's going to be a higher enrollment next year. So another problem with this is that contingency relies on surplus heavily, and as we saw at the beginning of this quarter, surplus is very volatile. It fluctuates between high and low surplus years due to various reasons. And here are the number of UCLA undergraduate participants that benefited from the fall quarter programs that were partially funded by contingency were almost half the student body. So that just, gives you a way to understand the impact that this fund has on various student groups. So what could be the impact of this referendum on the fund? Well, currently our current budget at the beginning of the fiscal year is about $86,000. This referendum would give us pretty much that exact amount. So naturally, allocations would double. All of the programs that student groups apply to, assuming there's not a drastic increase in need, will allow us to nearly double allocations, and this will really help positively affect programming on campus. Currently, we need only about a sixth of what is requested. There's a difference between what's required, requested, and allocated, and we only need about a sixth. This referendum would allow us to meet about a third of what student groups request. So it's still not full because contingency is a supplementary source. However, it's really significant. It would also help stabilize the funds such that contingency will no longer rely on surplus funds. And this will really help student groups, be able to plan their programming and have a more stable source throughout the year. If I can draw your attention to the right, about 125 undergraduate participants are benefited by their events. So again, this just goes to show how much of an impact the referendum would have on not just contingency, but the commissions as well. And I'll let Mark speak for NC.
So I know NC was 50 supported to USAC students. And so just briefly, the USAC Student Wellness Commission, essentially it is one of the largest student-run, student-initiated organizations to essentially maximize the health and wellness of every single student on this campus. And that's a very broad spectrum. In our history, we've been around for a long time. We've come from a 10-person group to really becoming, again, one of the largest in the nation, over 500 plus members, student volunteers, over 150 events, 12 individual student organizations that really focus on maximizing the health and wellness of students. Very much so, similar to what we all do at this table in terms of impact on the community, this is focusing on health and wellness. So, the enrollment of UCLA has increased. Again, we started at 10% and now 550. That's probably tied to a lot of how UCLA and attest to how much UCLA is growing. With that type of development, the topics of health and wellness have very much changed in terms of what really is discussed at a college campus. What is relevant, what is important to the health and wellness of the recently we've definitely hit on more kinds of sexual assault prevention, even from the student level all the way up to the UCOP level, and all the way national. That's something. Mental health is also another aspect of health and wellness is very important. And so what we realized is that like funding has been stagnant this year, actually not the inception. The funding rate has been stagnant in proportion to the amount of programming we're putting to impact every single student on this campus for those topics and many more. And so this is just an example of the possibilities for a first year if we have 42,000. And our next scenario would essentially be, first we want to allocate some money towards the commission itself, the full committees. For example, if we say $5, one of the committees is Group of Sex Coalition, essentially one of the leading student organizations focusing on sexual assault prevention and awareness and advocacy. The annual clothesline display you see in Dixon Court every year, that's one of the largest, it's actually the largest in the nation, and the founder of the clothesline display is in fact the UCLA alum. And so currently we're actually looking at costs of that much for really the entire event, and it's gotten to the point where we really can't fund this again from turning external sources. And this is something that really does impact the UCLA community, bringing together different people for one conference. This is just one program out of the entire program for one. And so non-UCLA, non-SCDC, UCLA community expansion of programming is that we have an SCDC programming fund where we allocate to other student groups planning events with health and wellness, and this would increase from 5400 to 7475. And so another aspect of SWC is expanding on student-run initiative services. We have a very rich history of impacting the school, and essentially with student advocacy for the Ash Center, escort services, composting. We donate 50,000 to the Creation Child Life program every single year for student-run initiative services. And this Sure. So the one thing I want to touch on is that the money can be used towards providing evidence ID products for every campus. This is an example of potential overfunding. We partner with the Ash Center to institution. I'll pass it on.
I'm going to be really fast. Campus Life Commission is over 50 years old right now. We have the largest player in campus entertainment. We have one of the largest campus training programs in the nation. We're an extremely popular entity for students to program films, festivals, speaking events, etc. You can take a look at a lot of the events that we do in addition to our usual sneaks. One happening tonight, actually, but it's Spotlight. And go see Creed on Thursday. You can keep scrolling time, but we have 8 staff, over 50 members, and we did 75 events last year. This is an example of some of the events that we've been able to do. Our events are diverse and evocative and really wonderful. I think students ultimately enjoy them. However, our funding, in addition, hasn't been impacted since 2002, and as cost of facilities and security and honorarium and other sources increase, our funding still remains the same, but so our buying power therefore decreases. And you can keep scrolling. I just want to make sure that CC has a sustainable source of funding and can responsibly, sustainably, and financially, feasibly support all of our programs that are so integral to UCLA's history.
And we're going to scroll down. Before time runs out, I just want to put the, as to what this money is going to support. With regards to CFC right here. Biggest thing is transportation for service organizations here on campus, so students can actually go out and serve the local Los Angeles community, as well as incorporating more alternative break immersion programs. Our most popular program in CFC that gets a lot of first years involved in service here at UCLA, as well as implementing advocacy initiatives similar to Bruin Defenders, but for service-based issues that our projects are working with for them to advocate at the local, state, and national level. And then creating this.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's start on 5. Now we'll have 5 minutes of questions from the council. I have council a question for CSC. What else will I be supporting?
Oh, thank you. So the last thing we're going to do is we're working with new student orientation to create a service-themed new student orientation where students would be doing an orientation towards the end of the orientation cycle and then incorporating a week-long service immersion program for issues that we face here in the local Los Angeles community. So I just kind of wanted to break down what the money would go to. Again, you see the biggest one is transportation. That's because CSC is one of 2 hubs in addition to one of 2 umbrellas along the CPO that provides transportation of projects to actually go out and do service in the community. And that's crucial because the number one thing that deters a student from getting involved in service work is having to travel 2 hours to Venice, to East LA, to wherever it may be in order to do service. So that transportation is a crucial component to all service organizations. here on.
And then for council, so if that's any questions related to the presentation, this is an action item under new business. If you have questions about the language of the referendum, we can address those questions later. So now open up any questions related to the presentation.
So I know y'all are really looking forward to hopefully doing sustainable funding. Why do you didn't reach out for kind of team up with other organizations, other entities? So for example, the community activities committee is also coming in right now. Why did you decide to partner with them? Because I know there's a lot of like overlap between.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There is a lot of overlap between the two committees, and there's actually going to be a Daily Bruin article published Thursday about why we weren't able to collaborate on this. So some information will be provided there. But just to come to context, the needs of our respective spaces were different, actually. And at the end of the day, we were looking at the need of the student body and what we were able to justify. And at the end of the day, after working together, it just didn't work out. So we decided to do two separate initiatives because it addressed two separate issues. You know, we have wellness on one side and social justice on another. We felt like these entities were more tied together through our wellness component. So that's why we wanted to really bring that in this form that we presented to you today.
And if everyone on the room, can please keep the volume down and be respectful of the special presenters. Thank you. Are there any other questions from council?
Marvin, are you familiar with AB 2017? It's a bill that it amends the Mental Health Services Act, and it's going to the ballot, so it actually amends the California Constitution. And I know, I guess my question is there, you said that you're raising money to affect the tax spending in creative ways. Has there been thought about using this money to organize students around taxing this ballot? I mean, speaking of referendums, you know, this is a statewide referendum, and you grant up to $5 million to be awarded that. So, I mean, I guess maybe I'm just putting this across your radar. It's not a particularly relevant question to passing this to ballot, but is that on your radar?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, thanks so much for bringing that up. It's definitely bringing that to the forefront of this discussion. And in terms of that, it's more so the money going towards tax is something that we've talked with Dr. McCogan and essentially about where the money would go. They gave us some ideas about this is what we want to focus on for undergraduate opportunities. And with that being said, an undergraduate opportunity to help advocate and work with different offices like UP is something that apps anyway. SWC can interface with
Last question. Can you elaborate on why the fee is increasing every year? And explain what factors come into play?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the reason why we wanted to increase it over 3 years is because we have an increase in enrollment of students coming to nearly 1,000 students, right? So one of the purposes of this particular referendum is to not just justify some of the needs within some of the entities, but to also expand in order to accommodate for that increase in enrollment, coming to get involved in the program. You know, CEC, SWC, and CSC, a lot of students attend the events that we put on, so we didn't want to put this fee increase immediately on next year's students, but rather create it in an incremental as the students are coming in over the next few years. And so that way it would be able to be more spread out, and students are able to look at what it's able to do each year and progress that way. That's a great question.
Ms. Kirby said this was the last question.
Yeah, there's something that though, wording counterintuitive because these new students have the 950 year paid, nonetheless would be paying a fee. So your logic behind that I'm still a little bit unclear about because nonetheless we're going to be getting more money from students. Like the 953 new students are going to be paying a fee. Why not just have a straightforward like $18 inside into CPI?
Okay, yeah, so going kind of back, so we have 950 coming in, but at the end of the day, we want it to be incremental because getting all that money right now, first off, for contingency, it's an auxiliary source of funding. So bringing in $3 to contingency immediately puts it at sort of this large surplus, honestly, at the end of the day, because it's an auxiliary source of funding, meaning that student groups apply to it in order to supplement their program. It's not the main source. So contingency, we want to take the next 3 years, because if it becomes a main source of funding, the committee has to modify over the next 3 years and possibly expand, possibly looking at including hearings, because it's now no longer just an auxiliary source of funding, because they're getting so much more money doing it. So what this is, like I said, it's an expansion of programs, and getting all that money next year, we can't say that in 1 year, we're gonna be able to implement all these new programs. And then what that's gonna do is that it's gonna take all this excess of money, and it's gonna end up in surplus next year, because it's gonna be unused. So the 3 years is a developmental phase for us to initiate the projects that we've laid out here with that $6 a year increase.
That's time, so any other remaining questions you can save for the action item under new business. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we have the social justice referendum.
Okay, so I think that you need jobs, you need to accumulate confidence, right? That needs to
The most important thing is this, I think we have to be willing to get something back.
Okay, council, there are two packets. There's one labeled the social justice referendum, and then there's one labeled memorandum.
Well, actually, there's actually 3 memorandums. My bad.
3 different ones?
Yeah. So we have the social justice referendum language, we have 3 memorandums, no, 4 memorandums.
July 1st, October 1st, and September 29th. Wait, there's August 11th and August. Okay, I have October 1. Okay, October 1, who needs October 1? Okay, hey, council, so there is the language, then there's a memorandum from October 1st, July 1st, September 25th, and August 11th. What do you think? What date is it? Is that August? They're coming around.
For everyone who doesn't have the extra steps, who does have an extra step and everything else. For each individual stuff. Are you guys pulling one aside or going to get back to it? I think one that stays together.
Is everyone now those next, who needs everyone? Okay, pass that down to Ian. Does anyone need anything else? Everything without language. How about they just start with here's everything without language. Do you have the language? Okay. What do you need? Fred, do you have everything up there? What does it say? All the referendum.
This is another packet without language.
Okay, does everyone have a packet? Does all council have a packet? Okay, so for the presenters, you will have 15 minutes. I'll let you know when it's been 12 minutes. You have 3 minutes left, and then we'll have 5 minutes questions from the council.
Sure. Good evening, council members. First off, I just want to give a shout out to all the students that couldn't make it into this room, that wanted to be here and show support for the social justice referendum. They're actually either listening outside or they created a watch party with USAC Live down at the Student Activity Center. Everyone's paying attention right now. So at the same time, I do want to acknowledge that we, as the social justice referendum organizers, are actually quite disappointed. Because what we have today, with 2 referendums going on to be approved by USAC Council, is not the original plan. The original plan was to have one collective referendum to address all student needs and funding bodies' needs across campus. So even last week, when David Bruin got approved for their own referendum, at one point, we as student organizers wanted to have one collective referendum so that we wouldn't have competing issues on the ballot, so that we wouldn't have student populations having to fight and oppose each other based on funding the issues that we all face. But with that being said, we're still moving forward with the social justice referendum because of real-time needs, and I'll let everyone who is up here to present be able to speak on their part. So without further ado. So as you all know, you have the language in front of you for the breakdown. We need to go through it. Also, before we go into details about each line item, we wanted to present the amount of student fees each UC campus, students at each UC campus pay. And if you look at the bottom, it's UCLA, and we actually pay the least amount of student fees in comparison to all UC campuses. We put this up here just to put it into perspective because this $24.99 per quarter might seem like a large amount. But I think as UCLA, we haven't walked the walk in terms of student fees, even though we talk the talk of being a progressive campus. So that's just for perspective. In comparison, we have Santa Barbara having $1,200 more per year in student fees than us. Just throw it out there.
So I'm Jonathan Tam. I'm chair of the CAC. This is my second year on the committee. I'm just going to do a brief overview of what the CAC is. We are a funding body that works to eliminate poverty or poverty-related issues related to education, environment, and health. Right now, we serve 94 we fund 94 different service organizations. 90 of those service organizations are undergraduate ones. Groups that work with these socially and economically disadvantaged communities in conjunction with them to assess the needs of their communities and create programs, services, and events that will meet the needs of those communities. Now, the greatest need of the community has stemmed from the increasing number of groups that have applied over the last 10 years. We have here in 2004 only 54 groups applied, and this past year 88 groups applied for our major funding pool. What that means is that what that means is that for the same amount of money, we are giving less and less to each group. This past year, due to deficits, not a single group received their full request, and 36 out of the 88 groups received less than half of their requests. Now, what $4.45 will do is it'll meet the full request of all our groups. And what that means is essentially being able to attend site for an additional quarter, being able to attend site for 2 additional quarters, restoring the field trips that you want to take your students on, and as the primary funding source, being able to print things like flyers, being able to provide additional food for your service recipients, $4.45 will meet the full request of all groups. Not only that, but also accommodate for group growth for the next 15 years. This value was calculated based on committee allocations in the past, group spending patterns, and the number of groups that have applied in the last 10 years and the projected number of groups in the future. Now, to make sure that this kind of transitions well, a second subcommittee under the CAC has been installed called the Process Change Subcommittee to make sure that the transition process with this goes smoothly, that we can create a new allocation process if we are able to meet the full request of our groups, to explore some bylaw changes and to discuss the difficulties that were faced this past year.
I'll step back to the plate again. The CRC, we're asking for $4 per quarter. Just a little background, we were established in 1988. We oversee the Student Retention Center. The CRC acts as the committee and governance voice, and we are the official voice of retention on campus. Currently, we have 6 projects that some of the students named when we did public comment, being sponsored by other organizations. We have the Academic Supports Program, Lecture for LECA, Retention of American Indians Now, Samoan Filipino Education Retention, Southeast Asian Campus Learning Education Retention, and the lovely Writing Success Program. We also have student retention center services that are available for all students, which I think almost everyone in this room has used before. We have test bank, we have free printing in the CPO computer lab, 75 prints per quarter. Study hall with free study hall van services and commuter services for students who commute. We also have a student facilitated course run every single year. We have students in here who are facilitators of that course. The topic this year is prison to school pipeline solutions to the school to prison pipeline. That's this year. We fund the Bruin admission program, which is probably the only program in the country that successfully gets dismissed students back into school. The main reason we need $4 per quarter is immediately we have a deficit of about $250,000 that we put ourselves in to be able to continue having services available to students. So we put ourselves in this financial position, but we want to immediately get rid of this deficit through this referendum. In addition, the main thing that we're focusing on is student jobs, because student jobs essentially is the foundation for the services being available in the first place. In terms of retention, we would want these student jobs to be the best and most competitive, the best jobs on campus, because working for your community should not be less of a job than working for parking, for example. No disrespect for parking. But there's a worksheet at the end of your packet in the bottom left corner. It's really small. This worksheet right here showcases student jobs with the rates of minimum wage mandate that we have to go through up until 2020. And at CPO, we also do 10% in addition to minimum wage because we want all of our students to have a decent working wage. And we also want these jobs, some of the students in the room said that students work like 9 hours per week. We want students to work 15 hours per week and for 10 weeks per quarter, rather than just 6 hours per week and for like 6 weeks per quarter. So we want these to be the most competitive jobs in the entire campus. Because ultimately, with more hours going towards student jobs, that means the services can be available to more students.
Hi everybody, my name is Lina, I'm the senior this year, I'm student here. So the SILC was created in spring of 1998. And since then, we have been the official voice of outreach and access here at UCLA. And then some of our projects, we have some of our students here, and some of our projects are making treatment, air, higher opportunity for education, hope, internationally, and mention for academic and peer support, math, scientific education and retention, advancing community empowerment, ways, students training and academic performance through education change. So some of the challenges that SILC faces unfunded and UC mandate, unfunded state and UC mandates, which basically is minimum wage. Since I'm not saying this is a problem, and minimum wage, this is great, we're supposed to be paying our students a decent amount of wage here at UCLA. But at the same time, we don't have enough money because our budget remains the same every year. But at the same, and we as college students, we want our students to receive a higher amount of 10% and 10% above the minimum wage. And then, of course, transportation costs. I mean, without our student staff here, we will not be able to go and help students at our community. But another problem that we face is transportation. Like, how are we not going to serve our students if we don't have transportation? And some of our students go all the way to OC, Orange County, and they serve students all the way over there. So for $4, we would see a growth in students. We want students to be working, like we said, we want students to be working 15 hours per week for 30 weeks. Some of our student jobs, for some of our students, they only get $10 to 11 hours for 24 weeks, and we have to cut weeks for every quarter in order for our students to get the services that we need in our community.
Hi, my name is Eric Sosa. I'm the Life Science Supervisor here at AAP, and I want to give you just a brief overview of what the Academic Advancement Program does for us here at UCLA. So the Academic Advancement Program was created in 1971 from the Hypertension Program and also the ELP program. And the AP is very important. The programs like this are needed at UCLA to provide students like yourself the resources we need to get to graduate school, to get to the professional field, and to get students from high school into universities like AAP, into University of UCLA, sorry. UCLA serves, AAP serves about 6,000 beautifully diverse students here at UCLA. We have numerous amounts of resources. We have academic advising and mentorship, both professional mentorship and peer mentorship as well. We have tutoring sessions, like was mentioned before, that are really, really necessary to have the type of integration students need to really understand the material and succeed here at UCLA. We also have programs that are necessary for high school students to integrate and make their way into UCLA in a very comfortable fashion, called the Freshman Summer Program. And this program also exists for transfer students as well, because we know that transition is very difficult for all these types of students. AP also offers scholarships for these students, these diverse students from difficult socioeconomic backgrounds, all the different perspectives that they bring to UCLA. I truly appreciate my AP because we know that those perspectives are going to be necessary when they get to the workforce in order to represent their views and their struggles.
A little more than 3 days left.
There are some problems at AAP, however. The problems at AAP are budget issues. We have a lot of high costs that are actually going up, and it makes these tutoring sessions very hard to manage. I have one PLF that has a class with over 50 students, and it makes it very difficult for those students to get what they actually need. So there's a growing demand for this PLF session, especially in the fields of math and sciences. There's also lower financial aid packages for students that are trying to integrate their way into UCLA through the freshman summer program as well as the transfer summer program. So these are the reasons why programs like AAP are very necessary here to advance the mission of diversity and make sure that all of our voices are heard, both coming into UCLA and also going into the professional workforce. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to speak here on 24-hour voting. So, wellness is a justice issue. Look at it, all of our communities come from underrepresented spaces where we don't have access to gym, we don't have access to these, like CAP, we don't have access to everything back home. We come to UCLA and we pay these fees to use services like the Wooden Center. But when you go into the Wooden Center, what do you see in there? A bunch of Caucasian, like, fraternity guys. That's all it is. It's very intimidating, okay? It's very intimidating space. And it's like that throughout the whole day. So these students of color come to UCLA, they pay to use the work space, they go into that space, and they're intimidated. Would you want to go working out there? No. So a lot of them work out throughout the day as well. So at the nighttime, that's the time that they have time for themselves, and they'll feel more comfortable going to that space later at night to do that. It is a social justice issue, and that's why a program like FITted was created. FITted is created to service all these underrepresented students here, student leaders, and when students do come use our services, they find a place of family, a place of home, and they're actually very comfortable with that space, you know. So I would like students to be able to go to our program and then still be able to go to the Wooden Center on their own, feel comfortable working on that space, and extend those hours so there will be less people at those hours and more comfortable for them to work out. If Wendy would like to say a little bit more on it?
There's a minute left.
No, okay, sorry.
Okay, my name is Denise Marshall. I'm the chair of the Backboard Champion Success Program. Organization at UCLA. I'm Urban Rome, a parent and first, and we are here in support of the after hours childcare. You know, my chair is a parent. Members are parents. My funding chair is a parent, and this is very dear to my heart because I understand that we are a unique population, and we face very unique circumstances. So, you know, we're single parents in some cases, or, you know, we have a partner, we come from low economic, social background, and it's important that we are retaining ourselves.
Okay, and being a parent and student, I struggle with what I'm doing here. I'm getting in childcare. Somebody watch my kids after 5 o'clock because childcare is over during the day, during that time. So I had to pay out of my own pocket to have my family members watch my kids while I try to come and participate in backbone transfer success and help retain other students who are just like me or my ethnicity, and just help them just survive it.
And my three courses, all three at 6 p.m. So
That's my vice chair. That's my vice chair.
We are out of time, but since there is a lot left, I want to go ahead and make a motion to extend 5 minutes. If I can get someone on the table to make a motion. Ian?
I was just about to do that. I move to extend the presentation by 5 minutes.
Is there a second? Second by Zach. Since this is going against bylaws, we need 2/3. So all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against? Those abstained? Okay, 2 to 11:00, which beats the 2/3. We'll go ahead and extend by 5 minutes. I'm going to reset the clock.
So, again, we were just going to highlight some of the challenges that current students face, which is retention, access to late night child services, disruption of classwork and work schedule, and it's important that we get this part of this referendum passed, period. Stress is right in us. So thank you very much.
Yes. What's up, everybody? My name is Lisa Madrid. I'm here to talk about the food closet. I'm not really going to go through it because we all know how to read. I'm just going to get to the point. As we all know, it's a challenge for some communities, first years, low income, first generation students. Of course, we have those lazy students that don't want to bring their food. All of us in this room at one point or another have used the food closet. As I would like to say, a healthy body starts with a healthy mind. So I would suggest that we utilize this, to pass this healthy food program, because as low-income first-generation students, we're also providing healthier food options in this
food program. And for me, it's kind of ridiculous that UCLA fundraise to third world nations outside of UCLA, but we can't fundraise to feed our own students, which is something ridiculous to me. So we're just asking for 50 cents. Think about it, feed the students. Social justice. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Isabella. I'm from East LA. When I was 13, my mom forced me to go to camp. She said it was an opportunity for me to learn from the role models that are UCLA students. And I'm now second year at UCLA and run my own camp. So mom was right. UCLA Youth Camp provides two very important opportunities for the community. The first is for the youth of Los Angeles to be able to grow and learn from UCLA students as well as be inspired to pursue higher education. The second is an opportunity for UCLA students to impact and influence the youth of Los Angeles into taking on leadership roles, as well as learning about issues that these communities face that they themselves may not know about those kids. I have been able to take both of these opportunities to provide the Unit Camp, and I'm a direct product of what Unit Camp strives to achieve, and funding is an integral part of Unit Camp and is needed to continue to make an impact.
Hello, my name is Johnny. So historically, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender student leaders on this campus have continuously struggled for equity, safe spaces, and inclusion. But there is still a urge for funding to provide services for the LGBT community that is unmet. This includes gender-inclusive restrooms, non-binary, gender, queer, and inclusive dormitories, equity, HIV testing, education, medical wellness, and mental services. The list goes on. As a second-year student at UCLA, why is it that since the birth of the LGBT Resource Center in 1995, that 20 years later, in 2015, did I successfully implement the first ever LGBT retreat at UCLA? This shows that there is not enough support and services to provide spaces for LGBTQ students on the UCLA campus to stay retained and build a sense of community. LGBT student programming is vital to pursue social justice on this campus, because as a gay Southeast Asian first generation out-of-state low-income status student on this campus with immigrant parents who work as janitors, I can say that UCLA has not provided enough resources for LGBT communities. And I believe this referendum will be one step closer to social justice on this wonderful campus. Thank you.
My name is Rose Khan, and I'm talking about the Cultural and Spiritual Programming Fund. What this fund serves as is spiritual and cultural organizations. It's very difficult for us to find funding for food, for a facility, to have events on campus to educate our community. And so what we want to do is allow our communities to co-program to educate different organizations on campus with Islamophobia on the rise, with xenophobia on the rise, with politicians on the rise who are against both leaders on the rise ourselves. It's important for us to educate our own community, to interact with each other, so we can learn from one another, and like not exclude ourselves because of our differences, but come together because of that, appreciate each other because of that.
AC Travel, how much time?
30 seconds.
Okay, let's do it. So there's no source of funding for academic travel. I don't want to step into the EVP territory. EVP primarily, a lot of your funding sources, especially with the funders this year, is primarily geared toward advocacy. On my end, it's a lot of academic travel. So when you think about students who are doing amazing research on this campus, think about low-income students. They cannot afford to go to these wonderful conferences. Just recently, I had one of my friends go to St. Louis. He had to spend $400. Imagine what this one could help him with. Imagine what this would help out. Not only just in regards to research, but also just learning opportunities outside of this kind of UCLA bubble. So please consider that.
Yeah.
And I think that's
So now we'll go to questions from the council. So council, please ask questions pertinent to the presentation. Any other questions about the referendum, we can say for the new business item. So any questions, you have 5 minutes of questions. Dr. Miller?
On the childcare, are you proposing a fund that would be allocated so students can pay for childcare, or are you proposing to set up a student-initiated childcare program?
Thank you. Wendy, you could step in, I'm going to provide a contextual answer, you can step in too. I think the goal was to hopefully get a pilot program.
Yes.
But if that were to not happen, we want to get some funds to be able to pay for any alternatives and anything like that.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the money to go towards keeping John Wooden Center open 24 hours a day, would that be 7 days a week? When would it be closed? How would that kind of affect the operations of John Wooden Center?
We're looking at for weekdays, 24 hours.
Okay.
Amy?
Also, contributing to the $1.75 for John Wooden Center, would this be helping also, like, would you be outreach to your community that happens not just in the parking lots?
That's a huge goal. We don't want dancers to be practicing fumes or beforehand. They should be able to have nice space and, real room for that.
How's that outreach going to start to begin? Are they aware that this is happening?
Some folks might, but definitely we would want to see this passed before we want to get some hopes up. And that's actually happening.
Are there any other questions from the council? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Next up, we have appointments, so if you are leaving the room, make sure you please exit quietly. Okay. So next up, we have appointments. We have one appointment today. It's a consent item from my office regarding the communications director. So this was part of the position that was created last year by Mia, USAC Media Publicity Director. So this person has the responsibilities of developing USAC-wide branding and advocating and putting out publicity and media on USAC-wide initiatives, USAC-wide advertising that we do regarding meetings, helping on the website, helping on our Facebook page, all that good stuff. So I'm pushing forward Gilma. She demonstrated a lot of enthusiasm. She's already part of USAC. She works under the Transportation Representative office and also is a member of the community as a part of ORL and does publicity for Reaver, I believe. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Heather Waterquin for the ARC.
So this appointment is a consent approval appointment, and ARC voted via email with a 3-0 vote of approval.
Okay, great. So this is a consent item. So are there any objections regarding the appointment? Any questions or objections? Okay, seeing that, Gilma Bernal has been approved by consent. Okay, so yes, if you all have any marketing, I will connect you all with her, so we can go on and get started on publicity and marketing for USAC-wide endeavors. Next up, we'll move on to officer and member reports. I'm up first. So last week, I had a meeting with the Chief Financial Officer of the University of California, Nathan Grostrom. Thank you so much to R.O. Falling and Danny Siegel who were able to attend. We talked a lot about residential living on the Hill, as well as private living, so in apartments, and as well as university housing. I brought up a lot of concerns regarding affordability as well as safety measures, especially in regards to private housing. I explained we are paying a lot for apartments that don't have locks and don't have windows that lock fully. We talked a lot about the cost on the Hill, especially the cost for meal plans, and then the cost also for university housing. And so President Napolitano has pushed forward the housing initiative to offer more beds available. However, having more beds available doesn't mean much unless they're affordable beds. So this is definitely something being pushed for at the UC level. UC Santa Cruz also has a huge issue with housing affordability. Another large issue facing UCLA is we're in West Los Angeles. You go a little bit beyond, you're facing Beverly Hills, Bel Air, Santa Monica, Brentwood, all very, very expensive areas to live. And so the next step would be even farther commuting options. So we're looking to see about how the university can purchase more private housing in the Westwood area to make sure they're providing students with the most affordable, safe living conditions available. On Friday, we had our meeting with the Council of Student Body Presidents. And so we had 5 presidents that came to our campus. We met here at Kirkhoff 417. The rest of them were able to type in via Google. We chose to do this day because UCSA was this weekend, so a lot of presidents were in the area. Some agenda items we talked about was, a lot of them were pertinent to graduate students. So a lot of on-campus climate issues facing graduate students, as well as issues graduate students are facing switching advisors, and how we can figure out more of kind of the student advocate position at the graduate level. Specific to undergraduates, we talked about the Global Food Initiative, so how we're going to secure funding for the next couple of years and what sustainable funding options we can look at. We talked a lot about the regent vacancies, so right now on the Board of Regents, there are going to be 2 vacancies. Council Student Body President is supposed to be, and have appoint a student to be present in those regent discussions. However, that has not been enacted in the past few years, and it is part of the California State Constitution. So we're going to be looking about how we can legally make sure that we're abiding by our Constitution and involving more student representation. We're selecting our regents to make sure that regents are actually people that are either involved in academics and have the student's best interest in mind, opposed to just politicians who are selected. We talked a lot about the enrollment plan. So UCLA is projected to get 953 students. Other campuses, UC San Diego is expected to get about 1,100. So we talked a lot about the student services that are going to be affected by this. I know we have a referendum, 2 referendums that work to address this, but it is going to be a huge issue. It's definitely something to be on the advocacy radar in the future. We talked a little bit about AB 1711, which is to cap the percentage of out-of-state students. UCSA is officially not taking a stance on this. Council presence is still up in the air. We're going to be talking to UC Office of the President to see what they choose to do and figure out what our lobbying advocacy efforts are going to be surrounding AB 1711. We talked a lot about time to degree issues, specifically for UCSD. I brought up the efforts that we've made at UCLA regarding expected unit completion, which I know CPO has worked a lot on. San Diego is also facing the same issues where students are supposed to complete 15 units a certain term, 12 units a certain term. So definitely we're looking to get information from us and the efforts that we've made, and see how we can both kind of partner together to make sure we are making sure students are graduating and also making sure that students are able to have a job or have other concerns that are facing them also be prioritized. And then this past Sunday, I got to present on Council President and Vice Co-Chair Ralph Washington Jr. At UCSA board meeting, which was held here on Sunday. We talked a lot about the issues that I spoke to you about. A lot of them were graduate oriented, since we haven't had as many graduate student body presidents as active. So it's great to see so many come to our meeting that we had on Friday. Today I had a phone call with Steve Stan from the Westwood Neighborhood Council, just updating on some of the things that they've been doing, talking about elections. It was great connecting with him, as well as Eugene, who's one of the board members for the Westwood Neighborhood Council. And Ian is also a member of that, so if anyone else has questions, you can hit up Ian. Next Tuesday, I will be meeting with President Napolitano with the Council of Student Body Presidents. The undergraduate meeting is on Thursday, and the graduate meeting is on Tuesday. I have a final on Thursday. My professor would have let me change it, so I will instead be attending the graduate meeting. However, if there are any issues that anyone would like to be brought up, please let me know as soon as possible. I posted from my office's page to request any email requests. I got 2 requests for agenda items. But if you have anything you'd specifically like to bring up for the undergraduate, I need to know about tomorrow. So email me at usacpres@gmail.com. Additionally, this Saturday, I will be present at the Southern Campuses Regents Nominating Committee. So this is for the student regent. And so we'll be reviewing the northern schools applicants, and then the schools in the north will be reviewing the southern schools applicants. So we'll be doing that on Saturday. It's our first round, and the second round is going to be in April. So I'll let UCI all day Saturday to be Regents Nominating Committee. So are there any questions regarding my officer report? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the internal vice president.
All right. This Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, we'll be having food trucks for finals by the Humanities Building. We'll be having the grilled cheese truck, which I'm very excited about. We'll have the classic Lobos truck, so feel free to come on out. Sushi Rio will also be there as well. The Academic Affairs Commission and the IVP office have co-programmed to put on a final study hall, which will be happening this Friday in Academic Grand Ballroom from 5 p.m. to midnight. There will be Scantrons, Blue Books, highlighters, pens, fun stuff, free food, or snacks, I should say. So come on out, coffee, tea, and a nice place to study. I'll be there. This past week, I had the Campus Safety Alliance meeting in which different entities from across campus who focus on safety and security come together. And we talked about the Let's Get Lit lighting campaign. Some concerns that administration brought up were the increased use of hoverboards. So the lithium ion battery has been like causing a lot of fires. They just kind of self-implode, and that's been a concern, obviously, and are a fire hazard, especially on the Hill. And so the UCOP office is drafting a ban on hoverboards. And so that language hasn't been finalized, but that is in the works right now. Bike theft has also been on the rise with, like we saw from the Transportation Services Department, bikes have been an increased mode of transportation, and due to people not registering their bikes with the National Bike Registry, students whose bikes have been stolen, they've been unable to get them back, which is really unfortunate. There was an incident, I believe like either a month ago, but a half ago, where 100 bikes were stolen, and only one person was able to get theirs back because they weren't registered. So register your bike on the National Bike Registry. And then just today I met with Pam Sizer of the Seoul office to discuss workshops for student organizations next quarter. And we're looking to rethink the workshops and ensure that we are targeting students' needs, student group leaders' needs. And so they will be doing outreach at the beginning of next quarter via a survey and focus group. So I'll give you all update on that.
Okay. Are there any questions for our internal vice president? Seeing none, we have our external vice president next.
We hosted UCSA here this last weekend, and it was very productive and exciting. A lot of the stuff that we've been working on for a long time is starting to have concrete payoff. Two highlights from that is automatic student voter registration is something we've been working on. The Berkeley law students spearheaded this issue, and now we have sort of a forefront motive to actually get this done before even the end of this year. And so this means when you enroll, you would be automatically registered to vote unless you opt out, which means that students don't have to spend so much time trying to register one another, so much as we spend time organizing around getting out the vote. I had a brief exchange with President Napolitano and some of her staff to see where they are on this, and it seems like they're very down and analyzing their systems to see if there's a smooth way to implement this before we have a legislative mandate. There's also bill language and a placeholder bill ready to take that in. UCSA is behind it. We passed a resolution. I'm bringing a resolution to council in the very near future. So it looks like this is something that really might happen. That's pretty incredible, given a lot of what's been talked about in this room is how much time the students have to spend on one another, lifting one another up, and when we can automate some of that to reduce that time, that's a good thing. I have a team on the ground in Sacramento a team on the ground in Sacramento today that was working on putting together a mental health working group, and it's been very successful. Michael Dukakis has actually backed this pretty significantly, and we're organizing the governor's office, several key legislators and stakeholders. Then a very exciting bill that I briefly referenced in one of the referendum presentations was AB 2017, which is a bill that would give grants up to $5 million to universities like ours, and moreover, they're contingent on our university hiring more diverse counselors so that students feel comfortable seeking help. And that means everything from LGBT issues to representing, several communities with respect to their ethnicity and nationality. And that way, CAPS is itself not only at a higher capacity, but also reflecting the diversity of UCLA. And this looks like it will probably make the ballot, and it's contingent on, us UCLA students working very hard to get out and vote in November and make sure that that becomes a reality. So this is almost been a very productive year for students, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to turn out in November. I'm feeling very positive.
Okay, are there any questions for External Vice President? Seeing none, we'll go on to our administrative representatives. Roy? Dr. Geller? I can start.
I do just want to say, as I mentioned in the email, that today the camp meetings are starting. It's pretty exciting for us. So this is the 81st summer we'll be entering, and this year we have about 450 students who are volunteering with us, and looking forward to summer. I'm not sure if I'm pretty confident that some of the folks in your office are participating. I know we have a few fellows and interns who are participating. I'm sure many others, and so just wanted to share that.
Next up is Christine. And, okay. We'll go on to our fund allocation. Dr. I asked you. Okay, please. Next, we'll go to our fund allocations for contingency.
Yep, so there are 8 separate allocations for this past week, and one of them was that happened. This was for the internal vice president's office for a spring activities fair. They required $2,900, requested $500, and the finance committee recommended $80.
Okay. Go ahead and make a motion. Zach?
I move to approve the contingency allocation for $80.
All right, is there a second? Second by Trent. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go into a vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, let me have that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, those against? And those abstaining? That is not here, will be a 0. Okay, so an 11-0-0 vote. The contingency programming allocation for the IDP office has been approved. We'll go on for the rest of the student groups.
So there are also 7 student groups that applied. They required $20,104.69. They requested $7,078.41, and the finance committee recommended $1,620. If this allocation is fully approved, then there will be $39,738 left in the budget.
Okay, I can entertain a motion. Danny?
I move to approve the allocation for $1,620.
Is there a second? Second by Zach. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go into a vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against? And those that abstain. Okay. To a 11-0-1 decision, the allocation has been approved for contingency programming. Next up, we have the EDP Bruin Defenders Fund.
2 applications. One is for the National Society of Black Engineers to attend their national conference. That's $500. The second is TARA UCLA, which is in the advanced group. They're traveling to participate in a charity competition, the proceeds of which goes into investigation in India and Sri Lanka.
Okay. Any discussion or objections regarding the EDP Bruin Defenders Fund? Amy? Yeah.
Funding requests that did get approved.
So that did get approved previously? Yes.
So I was wondering if you see my email regarding, package medical program to bring on the field campus. And I believe Chiamaka was in discussion with you that she's still waiting to respond back to the second email. And that's a discussion about why he was implementing the program. So that reduce the bring someone like on the sales campus is really pertinent to what we're trying to do within our program and our mission statement. So I just want to.
I can speak to that. Yeah, no, Mark and I actually did have a full conversation about this. And I told her exactly what I feel comfortable saying here, which is that it seems like an incredible opportunity. Bringing a figure like that to campus, and I think it does have that C component to it. The speaking fee alone is $4,500, and that's not including the airfare and lodging that Mr. Steele requested, among other costs associated with it. So like I said, it seemed like an incredible opportunity, so I really like my budget to look at the guidelines. I feel strongly that any allocation that large for one speaker, and not the campus events commission or act is probably unethical and it's not in line with the guidelines of food defenders. We don't even spend half that much on the DC trip, much less bringing a single speaker to campus. And I told Kimaka that I was very interested in funding up to what the guidelines would allow, which would include, some of the costs, whether it's airfare or room catering associated with the event, but that for many reasons, we of course can't fund the full $4,500. We even consulted with Stephanie, who said that she probably wouldn't approve an allocation that large. So that's sort of what.
I have Lexi and then Trent.
Oh, no, just, if you want to reach out to Campus Events Commission, we're more than happy to speak with you. I haven't heard anything about it, but I know that WellSAC's situation is a little bit different, and who can and cannot fund, and CC fits a little bit more in line with the programming aspects that CAC does as well. So if you all feel inclined, you can feel more than welcome to reach out to me personally or my speakers program with both of us, and we would be more than happy to help with you.
Trent?
Yeah, this is actually, I guess, a tangent, but relatively related. I don't know, does your fund cover honorarium at all? I don't.
No,
I don't want to do that. It's for students to travel elsewhere, not for.
Right, and I mean, that was one component of it. If we were to fund that, it couldn't really come out of the vendors. We'd have to transfer money into programming from other places to make room for it. That in of itself is kind of a sketchy exercise, I think. So there were a lot of issues associated with it. In the conversation I had, I didn't promise, but what I did promise is that I'd look into it thoroughly and see what we could do and what we could do to make it happen. I still think we can allocate some money to it within, sort of within the guidelines that my office has.
There are other funding bodies available as well, maybe perhaps the SRS, since it does have an educational aspect, as well. CDC, you mentioned yours, and maybe their contingency, but there are other funding bodies that would be more programming based, that would be able to maybe be more compelling for the speaker series. Do you have a question?
The only reason why I asked the clarification is just because I was excited that you realized that she like Chiamaka to come to you virtually, and that there was discussion that there was enough funds to fund as much as you could as you stated, that thereafter it sounded like that there was no funding to substantiate even that in the second time around. So I just wanted clarification of what the status is at this point. Obviously, honorary fees are always high, but I think Chiamaka was just looking for community funding. Or for any, so if you clarify that now that you did.
Yeah, after the last email that you saw, because she started referring to conversations we had in the office meeting, I wanted to personalize it, and so I didn't reply all,
So we still have the consent items for road defenders. So are there any objections regarding the allocations that have been presented? Okay, seeing none, it's been approved by consensus. Next up, we have the Arches Roaring Community Fund.
Okay, so 22 organizations applied. One of the organizations, which was ASU, applied late, but this week the guidelines because we wanted to support the ASU advocacy. So right now their allocation is not confirmed yet just because we have to review it. But the groups that include the Lions Club. They had asked requesting 5,000. We allocated 2,000. The United Kingdom students, they had requested $3,096. They got the full $3,096. Electronic Dance Music Club, they requested 5,000. 1,200 was allocated. The Paper Mixtape requested 3,350. There was an allocation of 1,000. Thai Summer Food, for their Thai Culture Night, had requested 5,000. We allocated $1,978. Thai Downtown Freedom Sorority for their APWC benefit concert requested 1,000. There was an allocation of 1,000. The Malaysian Students Association for their culture night requested $1,755.64 and received the full allocation. Night of Cultura requested $3,183 and 1,200 allocated. JRX requested 5,000, received $828. Prayers for Israel requested 2,000 and 1,000 was allocated. The Association of Chinese Americans requested 5,000 and we gave them 3,000 for their culture night. Hooligan Theater Company requested 5,000 and there was 5,000 given to them. Chinese College Association requested $4,933 and we had allocated 2,000. Nigerian Student Association requested $4,971.31 and we allocated 3,500. Icarus Contemporary Dance requested 2,000. We had allocated 1,000. Coyote Taiko requested 5,000. We allocated 1,300. Metro the UCLA Wells Abroad requested 5,000 and we gave them 1,500. Selma, Save Life Legal Heart requested 1,211. We gave them I'll give you that number. Cultural Affairs Commission, Can I Be in the Road programming requested 5,000 and they got 2,700. The Word Series requested 2,316, $575 given. United Arab Society, for their culture show, requested 5,000 and 4,000.
Okay. So that number you said you were going to get back to us?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because what they requested and they were allocated was.
Okay. So then we will not be doing the allocation. Okay. I have two questions. The first question is you said that the money's been allocated, so has the money already been given to the student groups? Okay. Okay, gotcha. And then my second question was there was an allocation for $3,096. Right now your bylaws have a maximum of $3,000.
There was a discussion of previously about a different tax. There's a $3,000 tax.
The last numbers that you showed me were 2,000 and 3,000.
I don't know if I can move it for no because she doesn't your understanding she.
Okay. Can she relay the information onto you?
Which allocation specifically?
It was, I think, the third one.
The United Kingdom students.
It's 3,096 was the number.
So everyone's satisfied, just for all these items.
Okay, is this part of the new bylaws that are to be changed later in meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so right now your bylaws are still 2,000 and 3,000, since we've not voted to approve any changes.
So basically, when we had the conversation in your office, we had told you that it was going to be 5,000.
Right.
And now we're bringing it to council, and that's why we haven't allocated any of these.
Okay.
But we did have to vote and review these, just so we had to have it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Ian really quickly, and then I'll come back for an answer for you. Go
I'm
ahead.
actually gonna defer to
Okay.
Perhaps someone would like to make a motion to table voting on these allocations until after the guidelines are reviewed. And then if the guidelines are passed at 5,000, you can come back and there won't be any conflict.
That's exactly what I was going to do, so we'll go ahead and make the table it until after the ARC guidelines, because right now your guidelines are still 2,000 and 3,000, since nothing's been approved by council yet. So if we do it until later in the agenda, if that guideline is changed to 5,000, then it can be. Okay, so I want to make a motion to table.
Yes, but the applications were reviewed under the guidelines that are already in current place.
No, because no money has been allocated yet, and so they're operating under the assumption that the guidelines are going to change. And so if the guidelines aren't going to change, then none of the allocations that are over 3,000 can be approved. Particularly, there was, also the last one was 4,000, and there was another 4,000 too. So we'll go ahead, if someone made a motion to table this, we can do it as after new business, we'll go ahead and do fund allocations before announcements, and we'll go back to this.
I found that allocation totally different than 5,000.
Okay.
Go ahead. Was $828. I know the guidelines, like the new guidelines you sent us, so like 2 allocations per quarter, and I recall the JRF talked about twice already. So.
Well, okay, so Darlene's going to explain, I can explain it briefly, which is that just rating for the rest of the year can apply at all. So basically, we cap it at 5,000, which is if council approves this 5,000 cap, we're capping them right at 5,000, and then it can't apply for all the spring. So that's just the cap. Whereas most organizations, or all organizations, can apply every single funding period. We understand some specific of the jobs or the issue, and we cap them right at 5,000.
Okay, so someone make a motion to table this discussion, to add it after new business. Zach?
I move to table the discussion.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Heather. If you can just clarify that table and vote regarding, yeah, okay. Wait, sorry, the Arthur Strong Community Fund?
Yes, I move to table the discussion.
Second. Heather, okay. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those against and those abstain. 12-0-0 vote. We'll table the Arthur Strong Community Fund consent item to be after all of our new business items. Okay, next up we have under old business, the table discussion regarding JRF. So this is listed under Amy, so I'll pass it over to Amy.
So this was brought to me by various council members that, based on the presentation last week, that there was a question, and, for the question that weren't answered last week, to be brought up this week. So this is more so a forum to just ask you a question that you all, would like to ask.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and open up for continued discussion regarding last week's special presentation. I have Trent and you.
Okay, maybe I want to just start off this, again, this is not an attack on the information whatsoever. I love Jack. I love that we're Jack, but for me, it's a concern of jazz reggae, because it's literally the small amount of surface things. It's last year, my end was $152,000. The year before that, it was $113,000. And that money could easily gone surplus on the and I know in previous conversations, we brought up like $85,000 that you allocated, plus the $90,000 reserve was going to be essentially a max. And that anything kind of sponsorships you would get out of honorarium. But in DOD hearings like this past week, as well as the numbers that were presented, Jazz Reggae was going to come out, it looks like it's going to come out to approximately $178,000. So $148,000 for the bill and approximately $30,000 for honorarium. There's a huge discrepancy between those two numbers. And then I guess I wanted to, so my question is kind of, have there been any updated numbers? And two, what is your plan if Jazz Reggae does sustain the loss? Are you expecting to pull out money on surplus at the end of the year and essentially hurting, in my opinion, hurting next year's funding sources?
So I believe the conversation being framed and what you are saying is that one, that we are still on this premises, or idea that we will pull out surplus, but from the beginning of the conversation it's always been, I personally will cut the festival if I see it even touching surplus a little bit. And I've made that point very clear that we're not depending on any of our ticket sales this year, and it's strictly what we are able to, one, allocate through PAC, two, what we're able to obviously funding sources, and three, what we're able to receive through sponsorship, that once that base number is solidified, if my own staff cannot stay within their means, I personally will cut the festival and it won't even come to this table. That being said, there have been new developments. So in terms of, recently we got a very generous donation from the Combined Programmatic Support for Student Affairs of $1,500. We do project to be allocating about 1,000, that's based on last year's number of 1,000. And for ASCCLA DOD funding, we actually projected a lower allocation than last year. Last year we allocated 7,000. This year we projected on a $5,000 allocation. Other new developments, so that essentially would bring our total confirmed budget at this point to about 98K. The last time that it was presented, it was 96K. So right now, we are looking to secure 98K. From there on, our security will go up because now recently we have confirmed with Kieran that we are now allowed to use a third-party source to secure sponsorships. I'm going to spell the company's name. It's FICOLOGY. They have been approved, they set a sales deck, and they are ready to reach out to all their networks and their companies, and they have been doing companies that are willing to fund Jazz Reggae. As we had last meeting, had expressed how third-party sponsorship teams were approved, now they're approved. That being said, last week when it was presented, the only that Jazz Reggae could offer outside parties was space to advertise, like banners and whatnot. Kieran now has approved different package deals for outside groups. One of the package deals is if outside groups only want to advertise at Jazz Reggae, they can pay a $1,500 fee. That's the first package. You only want to advertise at Jazz Reggae. If you want to advertise at both Jazz Reggae and the 1919 conference on the Hill, which is a package deal, $3,000 will go to Jazz Reggae, $1,000 will go to the 1919 conference, so that would be a $4,000 package to be paid. The third package deal would be Jazz Reggae and Brew and Bash. Kieran has agreed that $3,000 will go to Jazz Reggae, $2,000 will go to Brew and Bash, so companies outside would be paying a $5,000 package fee. So we are foreseeing that that's going to bring it up as well. That being said, we are now also allowed to be looking at external grants. These external grants include Living Cultures Grant Program, Brinker International, Sony's Pictures Grant. Those are the three that have been forwarded to me so far. So those are the most recent developments in terms of where the money is going. We also found out that Sound Blanket might be eliminated just because the fact it is at the North Athletic Field and it won't be projecting into the Beverly Hills area. That in itself will cut $8,000 from our budget if we don't have the Sound Blanket. So if you can just see in a week's time after council, how much the team literally has been hustling to ensure that this stays within the meetings and doesn't spill over into the red, you will see that the red isn't even an option for us, because as I said in the beginning, I will ensure a Buffet Festival if I even see it go close to the red. Oh, another point, March 14th is the administration's budget deadline. So by March 14th, if admin sees that we don't have audit numbers together, they themselves will ask us.
Okay. Ian?
I guess it's kind of follow up to what you said about March 14th. When is the date in which costs begin to be incurred? So by what date do you have to enter into contracts for the facilities or otherwise pay money or agree to pay money in the future?
So essentially this year, how it's going to be done is, once again, we're not relying on profits. So once you said your Rex numbers are still going through the process. They're still trying to figure out, what can be cut, what cannot be cut, in terms of vendors that we usually traditionally use and outside vendors. Also the idea of transitioning from, original SIP numbers to like food trucks and how that's going to cut costs. Once those are all solidified, hopefully by this March 14th deadline, because this is what the sole office has confirmed for us, once it's solidified, then that's when costs are actually incurred. No money has been spent. Yes.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Check.
Do you mind sending us an update on the March 14th?
Yeah, so, with the March 14th deadline, this was Kim Simon, my supervisor, that told me about the deadline. She said that because March 14th is finals week, and it is, you're having finals, if she sees though that, JRF is consistently having progress, she's willing to extend the deadline by a week or so, but it shouldn't go over into the spring. Because I know that's the biggest fear of all of us, at the end of the day, what happened last year might happen this year, because of, oh, it's too late to cut it, and we definitely know what the situation.
Sorry, yeah.
Just one last question. I remember during the presentation last week, you said that the potential to basically get funding from campus sources could push, the amount of funding to about 110,000 or somewhere about there. I guess if there's 14,000, it could still be.
There's like other funding sources that still are in the process of reviewing.
Okay.
We've all submitted our applications, but we're waiting on them to get back.
So I guess the question is, if you end up with around, say, 110,000, the budget ends up being around 180, do you expect that $70,000 deficit to be covered by cash?
So the one thing is, it wouldn't go up to 180. I don't know if you remember from the packet, the high ball is about 148, the low ball is about 120, 116. So one, so one's up to 180. Two, in terms of, our main fee right now is facility costs. Once facility costs are covered, it's a matter of like, when we're looking at talent, it's a matter of how much the facilities are. This year, it's literally facilities talent. If we can't fulfill, if like whatever's left over from facilities, we'll go to talent, and that's when frankly then we'll do what we went back to the idea that student performers are our main focus this year. Honorarium, which we've been working on honorarium before, we know honorarium in the past is very high. It's like 20K for an artist, 30K for an artist. So if we cut down student performers don't get paid just because of how UCLA policy goes. So essentially, we are depending on one, the company that I referred to, third-party company. We're also referring to new package deals that Karen has implemented, and we do foresee none of it going into surplus and really depending to see how sponsorship works out. Which right now is positive. We have things like Wells Fargo on board with us, and you can see on board.
Is there any kind of estimate as to what amount could come from sponsorships?
As a clerk, I'm not comfortable saying like a definite number because I don't have it.
Okay, any final questions? Okay, we'll go up to next agenda item. I did have a request. On our agenda, we have campaign and candidate expenditure limitations listed as an action item. The election board chairwoman has explained to me that it is not action item. They're just presenting the information to us. So if I can get someone to make a motion to change it from an action item to just a discussion item, and then we can vote with 2/3. So any comments on these?
Registration campaign can be a commercial limitations from action items from consent.
Discussion.
Oh, sorry, discussion.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Alia, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against? And those abstained? 211-0-0 vote. The campaign candidate expenditure limitations has been changed to a discussion item. Hi, everyone. Hi. So first up on the agenda, we have listed for election calendar changes.
Yeah, so, the original date of the Meet the Candidates endorsements hearing was Friday, the 22nd, of April, and then it was brought to my attention that there's a major Jewish holiday that evening. And so in order to be more inclusive of the UCLA community, we moved it to the day before, Thursday, same process, same timing. We're working with OCHG to get that figured out. So that is the first thing. And then the second thing of clarification is the due date of candidate packets. As you know, it's this week. The election code says that candidate packets need to be available for 10 school days. And so inclusive of both days that we have right now, it technically counts as 10, but it doesn't specify hours in this section of the election code, but later in the election code, when we reference 3 days, it then says in parentheses 72 hours. So sort of internally, we're trying to keep consistency and interpret the election code on a consistent level. And so we'd like to do 10 school days on an hourly basis, so i.e. 10 school days via a 24-hour system. And so we'd like to move the due date to Friday at noon, which should help all candidates. We understand it's a very long process getting all those signatures. So just move the due date of candidate packets this week to Friday at noon.
And what is it right now?
It's right now it's Thursday.
Thursday, okay. I have also another possible change. So right now, we have listed candidate debates are on Friday, the 29th, so during week 5, and then signboards go up at 12:01 a.m. on Sunday. Typically in the past, candidate debates and then election, the signboards go up that same night, which is one, been a USAC tradition, and 2, also is very important for turnout at debates. Is there any possibility of changing the signboards to go up at 12:01 on Saturday opposed to Sunday? So immediately after debate, which are on Friday.
So by midnight, you're saying Friday would be the debates, and then midnight
That day,
would be
12:01 Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will need to get security the night that signboards go up. So we will have to discuss getting security for that night. Yeah, so we can totally.
Okay, so maybe you can talk to the committee and then come back to us during our CSAC meeting, if possible? Okay, there's a question. I have Marvin and then Ian.
I just want to ask, is there any documentation for the change of candidate packets to be due Friday? Just wanted to.
Yeah, in terms of, so sort of our plan of moving forward from here would be, I would contact all of the signatories of the slate. It would go on our Facebook, the UCLA Election Board Facebook, change as well on our calendar, on our own website, and then work with Daily Rooms to change our online advertising.
Okay, and Ian next.
My question was, do you already have security booked for the Sunday?
Not yet.
So we do have the 2, so ignoring the other thing I just brought up, because we'll discuss that at a later time. But regarding the 2 changes, so the one change for the endorsements hearing to be on Thursday opposed to Friday, and then candidate packets to be due on Friday at noon opposed to Thursday, which if anything for any potential candidates, that is a benefit to them. So it's not like it's due earlier, it's due later. So hopefully we can get the outreach as much as possible, and if not, it's at least a benefit. So those 2 items have been proposed. And then just quickly to follow up regarding the signboards, if that change is available to happen, because when's the last date you guys council are available to vote on that to make that change happen?
Well, since the candidate packets come in this Friday, we could vote on that really
really at any point just before the actual date itself.
Okay.
So there's no strict deadline.
Okay.
Yes, obviously sooner is better than later, but.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I can entertain a motion for, again, the change in debates, in endorsements and meet the candidates, and then the change in packets.
I move to approve the changes recommended by the election board.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Trent. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against and those abstain. An 11-0-0 vote. The election calendar changes have been made. Thank you. So now I'll pass it on to you for the campaign and candidate expenditure limitations. Again, this is a discussion item. They're more so presenting the information to us opposed to a vote.
Yeah, so the executive positions limit, so that's EVP, IVP, and president, the range is 850 to $950. We're going with 900, and the non-executive is, the range is 650 to 800 for reference, and we're going with $750.
Okay. I have 2 points of clarity for questions for clarification. So in the election code, it just says you propose the expenditures to council.
It says so the range was obviously voted on last year when the election code was changed. And then in the election code, it just says to be set by the election board chair.
Okay. And then when you say a range, so for example, 650 to 750, what exactly does that mean?
That range is a range that essentially the election board gave itself and gave the elections to be evaluated every 3 years. And the chairperson picks a number like in that range that candidates can't spend over that amount.
Okay. So then you're picking the maximum being 750.
Yeah, for this year.
For this year. Okay. So there is no technically range for this year, just maximum.
Yeah, it's a set value.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's always awfully crazy because it sounds like the minimum you spend is 650, but
Yeah, the range is to give wiggle room through year on a 3-year basis, I suppose, for inflation and that sort of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, right here.
Okay.
And will you be contacting all of the slates and, well, I guess this isn't for me, but notifying them of these limits?
Yeah, these limits we'll talk about at the candidate slate orientation. So they'll be clarified to everyone who's involved in the process on today.
Questions? Okay.
What will the limit be for a referendum?
So in the election code, referendum are treated as non-executive candidates, so they're under the same spending jurisdictions as the non-executive candidates.
Are there any other questions again?
If a referendum is not affiliated with the slate, do they get the extra $200 as non-affiliated candidates would get?
If they're not affiliated with the slate, then they're under the same jurisdiction as like independent candidates. So not as, if they're on the reverse, if they're affiliated with the slate, same funding restrictions as the slate.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding the expenditure limitations? Okay, thank you both so much for coming. Okay, next up under new business, we have our ARC funding guidelines. So Amy.
Are we going to spray
Yes, if you want to propose to suspend the rules, you're welcome to make that motion.
my motion is to suspend the rules to allow
I move.
I move to suspend the rules to allow voting
Okay, is there a second? Second by Trent. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those against and those abstain. So 11-0-0 vote. We have suspended the rules for Melanie to speak. Yes.
So she actually brought her whole board with her.
Okay.
Not the whole board.
Okay. Okay.
Do I have to do another motion to make also?
Your motion was to suspend the rules, so they're, yeah. Okay.
think it's format though, more so for this, is there needs to be guidelines, but if you're someone, if you have any questions or concerns, ask them.
Okay.
I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I guess what the changes would be, but maybe you can clarify kind of what history is. So how these guidelines didn't draw at all. If not, then there's technically all new guidelines to council. So maybe just talk through that.
So basically, the background is pretty much the same. It goes into detail of how the Social Affairs Commission is affiliated with just students. And then we go down to referendums. The first part is the same. It goes into detail into changing, allocating more money to us instead of in the past we were allocated 15,000, but then there was I guess a need to provide more funding towards cultural and arts-based programming. But that's all the same as before. The number one is the same.
No, number one actually.
Okay.
Number one was changed from all cultural city groups to apply for funding to all city groups who apply for funding as long as their event is culturally based.
Is everything is the same on number two? So where it starts to change is during funding guidelines. And we changed the funding period to 2 times per quarter, so there's 2 funding cycles, a total of 6 times per year. And we changed it to a higher cap of 5,000 because we noticed that we want to provide as much money as we can to each student here. And we were noticing that we had a lot of money left for spring quarter from the winter quarter. So we wanted to raise the cap to 5,000 in order to allocate that out. What is funded is the same. I think the clarification is that there are 2 funding periods per quarter, but groups can only apply once per funding period. And yeah, wasn't there before because I think the previous funding cycle is inclusive rolling, but you can only apply once per quarter. So now if you don't have rolling, you can only apply once per funding period. And then if we the deadlines just reiterate that there are 2 funding periods per quarter and when these deadlines are. And we also clarify that it's applications should be sent in for the period when the money is needed, not when the event is, because we've had some issues in the past where events happen before they receive their event code and allocation. And I emailed you about this, but we are striking the discretionary clause because we realized recently that we don't fund for pressure. But yeah, that's good. Actually, yeah.
And so at the end, there used to be a section called the collective and the abstractable section.
So now there used to be 2 caps. There's a high cap for the collective if you were a part of it. As a board, we decided that the collective was no longer needed since we are funding events based on their arts and culture. It really kind of it was kind of like a double reassurance that we had.
So there's no more there's no longer two caps. And so this allows no two caps, and basically like, to respond to your question earlier, now there's one cap. So it's 5,000 for all the organizations, and no longer is actually like, oh, if you're something funded, you're not funded, it's just 5,000 straight. And then as Melody was saying, the reason why we do this is because looking at the trends from past years, and we having that as undirected last year, winter quarters, student organizations don't apply as much because that's when culture nights are just beginning. And then once it hits spring quarter, it's culture nights combined with like graduation and annual weekends, like we're going to have an influx of applications. And so that's why the 5,000 cap is initiated, so that state organizations feel like this is a funding source. It's $100,000. If this is money so that they can turn to, then they will be.
Are there any questions from council? I have a question regarding the section regarding discretionary funding. Can you please clarify what you mean by it, or what was practiced under discretionary funding?
Right. So previously, we would have it was under the discretion of the board if we wanted to fund them, if they gave us a good reason for discretionary funding, and it was advertised.
So how is it different than a standard application?
It was under my understanding that discretionary funding, it was for reimbursements, for retroactive.
Yes.
So this, yeah, no, sorry. So this is structured.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're updating your bylaws, because under no referendum are you allowed to do discretionary and reimbursements. That is very stated in our bylaws, as well as something that's under referendums is direct student fees. And technically, the Art Historic Community Fund, nowhere in the actual referendums is saying it's supposed to be under cap. So it is under cap, but I'm glad you're striking that, because that is a big time no-no, because it is supposed to be specified under funding guidelines. Ian?
Sorry, so my question is, what are we changing funding guidelines from? Because looking at the website, the CAP website, the funding guide says that the cap is $1,500 per quarter for collective members, but then looking at the application, it says it also says 1,500. So is that the current cap 1,500, or where?
So that's based off the old guidelines, that's why we are bringing this to council right now, because Heather made the clarification that we can't change everything unless we come to council. So that's why this is here in front of us, that's why we haven't allocated any of the money as well, because that would go against and violates the bylaws. But also the clarification that the guidelines that were originally in place, if there's a discretionary, retroactive funding or whatnot, that was all approved by last year's council, because sitting as a fund director, I had gotten the approval to go ahead and allocate for the whole year. And so that is not based off of this year's board's fault at all, it was last year's council that approved it.
Sure. So I mean, I guess as a follow-up, the past guidelines were 1,500. Has any money been allocated to student groups this year in excess of that $1,500 cap?
So
Our current cap is 3,000,
So on the website, the application and the funding guide says, the funding guide says 2,000 per collective members, and the application says 1,500. So it's currently 3,000.
Yes.
Okay. And then has any money been allocated in excess of that 3,000?
No.
And also, the reason why we implement this is hearings. So at hearings, the student organizations are also providing clarification if they have any discrepancies within their application. And the board themselves have made a point to reach out to all student organizations that have questions.
Heather? So it's my understanding that it was 1,500, it's now 3,000, but that change never came to council within the guidelines.
So that was what Heather brought it up to me 2 meetings ago, where she was saying, like, we can't allocate if you haven't brought it to council yet. And that's when I had a meeting with her, because personally, from the Irma never told me that the guidelines ever had to come into council.
It's in the bylaws.
Yeah, but I'm telling you like what I know, and that's why at that point we halted everything, we didn't allocate everything, and we came here. That's why we're here right now.
But as a council member, it's your responsibility to know the bylaws, especially if you have a funding body within your office.
Right, and that's why I'm here right now, because we halted all allocations at that point, and we brought it to this council. Because at the beginning of the year, the application was available to everyone to look at, and that's when I had said, Dwayne, we did not allocate at all during the fall quarter. Right, that's what we were revamping. So during winter quarter, when Heather brought up the point where, bylaws have to come to council, that's when we had this discussion with the
But the funds for $3,000 had already been allocated to student organizations without council's approval of the guidelines.
That was clarified at 2 meetings ago when we had that discussion. And it was brought up by Heather that the bylaws had not been approved yet. And I had listed all the allocations, and at that point, council voted to approve those funding. So at that point, it was the idea of, okay, these allocations have already been set, but if we have to, in terms of slash them, we would slash them, because at that point, the student was starting to see their funding yet, but council had gone ahead and approved all the funding. Because it was a vote. I remember sitting there and you all voted yes on the funding allocations when I listed.
I think the concern comes from those allocations were brought to council week 3 or week 4 of this quarter. And at that point, the guidelines had never been voted on at all. And so I understand, I'm glad that you're bringing this now after I informed you, but I guess the concern comes from at the beginning of the year, we all take an oath that we're going to uphold the Constitution and the bylaws. And so I just encourage in the future that if you have a funding guideline change, in regards to funding bodies, make sure you are being accountable to the oath that you took as a sworn council member and come to this to the council table, and make sure you are bringing those changes. Since there was a change made from 1,500 to the 2,000, 3,000 that did occur at some point. And additionally, from my recollection, I would like to look at the minutes from last year, but being on a council member last year, the ARC was never brought to council at all. So this is a perpetual issue with ARC in the Cultural Affairs Commission. So I'm glad you're bringing this now, and I hope any other future changes are brought immediately to council, because by voting on that, it was a consent item, but council didn't know that there was a change in your guidelines at all, since we were represented with that language. So there's no way for council to, when they issued that consent item, to understand that there had been a change made from the 1,500 to the 3,000.
And I think the clarification we made here is that last year as on the record, I was not notified that it had not been consented on here at council by Irving. So in my position at that time, I had gone through with what Irving told me as a council member at that time. That being said, the fund was very successful. All $100,000 were allocated to all student organizations, and multiple culture groups were in the culture event, and we funded by participation by.
So then just for clarification, you have to do for Melody. So when did the 1,500 change to the 2,000, 3,000?
We changed it, the second.
Okay, so what has changed under your term though?
Yes, and that's when I came in council and I gave you all the allocations, and there was a clarification made that the bylaws had not been confirmed by law yet, and then there was an agreement to vote on it, and the vote was that you all approved the funding. At that point, we agreed to send all the members to SGA if they count.
Okay. But that change was made from the 1,500 to 3,000 was never approved by council. The change in the language. Okay. Ian, you have a question?
No, sorry.
No? Okay. Okay. And then this change that's been made to the 1,500 to the 3,000, 3,000 now to 5,000, has that change been notified to all student groups or specifically just groups in the collective?
No, so we emailed everyone a change in our guidelines, our application. We notified everyone that we're holding mandatory trainings. We also, if there were applications that were sent to us and before they were notified, we let them reapply again with the higher limit and get everything notified. So currently, everyone should know.
Okay. And just to clarify, by everyone, do you mean all 1,100 student groups on campus?
We compiled, we don't really have a complete or current list of all the emails, and we were hoping to get that. But currently we just have a list of all arts and culture groups that we compiled together.
So thank you all for bringing this. So in terms of this new 5,000 cap, I'm looking at it like it's
potentially could be unfair for groups who have applied earlier this quarter under the $3,000 cap and receive kind of less than possible match, right? Because essentially you're taking another allocation. Is it possible for student groups who have applied under the $3,000 cap, given the circumstances this year, to next quarter potentially have greater than 5,000 to make up for that, in my opinion, loss of opportunity?
We didn't view it so much as a loss of opportunity, just because most of the people who applied for the cap, on the $3,000 cap, typically got the cap because we didn't have that many student groups apply during the third quarter, and the ones who did, we did so according to their application. I don't know if we can really reassess them and give them more money just because their events are fast and exactly.
Just a perspective to add here, I'm thinking about altering and to clarify, fruity offenders is within my discretionary budget, so I can alter that at will, and I was considering altering the travel and advocacy grant conferences to raise the cap on that, and raise some other caps halfway through the year, but then we had a discussion as an office that it would be unethical because people who had applied to conferences earlier would have received less money than those who had done it later, which means that you were benefiting or not based on the timing of your given conference. So I think that's something to consider, and I think maybe you all should consider tabling this until the beginning of next year and having the CIC next year do this. Just fairness and equitable funding.
But I think like things what Amy and Melissa have both brought up, the majority of the funding that goes to the spring quarter in order to account for the culture night that happens under the law that by the ARC fund, and also for the admin, which I know are a lot of the cultural groups. And it makes sense why you all are raising the cap. I think it would actually be like more unfair for us to be waiting until next year in order to increase this cap, especially because based on what Amy said, like the funding cap that you all had allocated last year, and the majority of funding that we need for making sure that $110,000 is distributed in the quarter is extremely important since we're already know now to make sure that students have more opportunity in here. Like we said, not having students apply during winter, however, since a majority of the fund goes for the spring, it makes sense to have for spring as that opportunity that are especially like more limited in the scope of the funding lines that we can.
Amy?
I would just like to make a point that the $5,000 cap, I know as council members, we're looking at bylaws, but for these student organizations and these cultural organizations, ARC is seen as a saving grace at the end of the day when they can't commit to a lot of their fees. And at the end of the day, the fact that they are allowed to apply twice a quarter, but the cap in itself is $5,000 each funding round, the fact that they can apply up to that cap for them is a saving grace when they're coming to election night that are invoiced, to academic weekends, to their graduation nights when they're paying for certain programming. So that's why we are pushing for this $5,000 cap, because the student organizations, as we see from all these referendums, need money. And so our biggest goal at the end of the year is to make sure that $100,000 is completely used up for student organizations and isn't being wasted essentially.
Yeah, I completely agree, but my question is, last year I referenced all the funding was used under the previous year's guidelines of 1,500. Right. So I just don't quite understand how increasing 5,000 is affecting last year when we have those 1,500 and all of that money was used.
So last year, one of the actual concerns that cultural organizations came to me was the fact that the cap was too low, and that's what we're initiating this. there was also the idea that there shouldn't be two caps, there shouldn't be a collective cap and a non-collective cap, because that made it seem as exclusionary. So that's why we created this essential like one line $5,000 cap, so student groups wouldn't feel like one, they were limited in their funding, and two, that they were excluded because they weren't part of it.
Okay, and Ian?
I think we're gonna start debating the merits of the action item. Somebody should make a motion so it's on the table.
Okay.
But I would not.
Okay, anyone want to make a motion? Anyone make a motion? Oh, yeah?
I move to pass the alteration of increasing the funding back to $9,000.
Okay. Can you rephrase it to ARC fund guidelines?
ARC fund guidelines.
To change it to ARC.
To change the ARC fund guidelines to account for.
Okay. Well, there's also other changes, so just.
Oh, just to change the ARC.
Yes. Is there a second? Second by Amy. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Thank you, Ian. To discussion regarding the motion itself. Zach?
I think, and I could be wrong here, but I want to have the question out on the table, which is that, of course, like, there's going to be complaints about the cap. When the cap exists to make sure that all student groups can be serviced equally, right, with respect to this money. And the issue that Trent raised was that all of the money was spent in previous. So I think a lot of this can be sort of clarified by, are you projecting that under the current cap, the money is not going to all be spent by the end of the year at this rate because of significant differences in application to this point in the year between this year and last year?
So yes, right now our biggest fear is because one, we wanted to start in the fall quarter, but because there was this whole revamp of the guidelines, we started in the winter quarter. And even when winter quarter started up, I remember seeing the council last saying, we're pushing back the deadline just because more changes were being made. Now our fear is just that we wouldn't be able to allocate all $100,000 at the end of the year, and that's obviously not something we want to completely avoid. Second is that the structure of ARC this year is completely different from when it was under my fund director time term. And I believe Edmund can explain to you the mathematics and the matrix of how things are now done.
Quick follow-up question. So I think the most important thing that needs to be answered is up to this point, like this time last year, we had more groups applied for this funding than at this point this year. Does that make sense? Like is the trajectory, because last year all the money was spent, there was nothing sent to services. The concern is that if we raise the cap, that means there will be student groups that aren't able to be funded because there's no money left at the end. So is the trajectory different such that this year there's fear that all the money won't be spent, and thus we need to raise the cap to make sure that's the case?
In regards to the spending trajectory comparing this year to last year went on an exponential scale where they spent more at the end due to under allocation at this time. Currently, funding period one was half of our current rate, but we're currently moving at a more constant rate and hope to eliminate the rest at the constant rate.
But at the constant rate, we will not fully use the funds.
Going by our current allocations, where we have assumed $5,000, we are now moving at a constant rate.
Okay, but if the guideline has not changed, then the money will not be spent. It's projected.
Yes.
Going back to the discretionary that was formerly on the guidelines, was that discretionary money used this year?
No, not at all.
Not at all, okay. But in the past, it had been used, and we're uncertain. It has, in the past, was the discretionary fund of $500 used?
Last year, the only thing that was retroactive funding, and this year is the another slash retroactive funding. But last year, they were discussing they were using it.
Okay, as long as that, Stephanie?
Yeah, I believe it is hard to make the judgment between where ARC was last year at this time and where they are now, because I believe they weren't open in the fall, right?
because it was a relatively new funding source. So the financier of that, they would have had to allocate more per student group, just because it's a shorter time frame between like when they open and the end of the fiscal year. So I think it's fair to make that estimate, at least from last year to this year. So yeah.
But then also, there were no allocations involved this year too. Right, and there were no allocations involved last year. So it would be the same, right?
I think the difference though is like, Stephanie's right, is like we can't compare last year to this year, because first last year, the fund was completely new and no one knew about it. So essentially, we had to start from base in terms of just marketing, and those student organizations should recognize this fund was alive. This year coming into the year, now students recognizing that it was alive, and looking at the, oh, we completely revamped it, because last year was the beginning of the year in terms of what it was for. And then this year, the structure is completely different, where now, instead of just looking through paper applications, admin has created a complete mathematical matrix that ensured that all the funding was equal funding, and that no organizations were getting more or less than what was necessary.
Were there any other questions?
That's not a question.
Yeah, it's a statement. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I mean, are we discussing the motion, or are we?
Yes, we're still discussing the motion.
So, I mean, my two concerns with funding guidelines are, from the standpoint of they're funding and giving all groups an equal opportunity to apply the fund at the same level. By increasing the cap, we're basically, denying, or basically saying, we're giving some groups that opportunity, but not other groups that have applied earlier in the year. The other concern is the higher the cap is, the less groups, if a lot of people are allocating more funds, the less groups can apply it. If everyone's, allocated to the full 10,000, but not everyone, but if you allocate $10,000 per quarter, you can allocate that to 10 groups. Whereas if it's a lower cap, more groups will have the opportunity to apply for the funding. So those are just two concerns I have with the updated guidelines.
Do you have a response? Yeah. Okay.
So in terms of when you're saying that it's not fair from the beginning to now the end, once again, all student organizations can apply to this fund with this new cap, and this is even in the succeeding years. The reason why we're creating this cap is with a
Sometimes it's the lesser of the evils rather than the ideal. What I'm hearing them say is that they have all of the feedback you've all given them about what's the appropriate way to run fund to approve allocations. They've also seen what the organizations that put on cultural programming actually have as a need. So I encourage you as you move forward in making a decision to not necessarily think just about what would be the perfect timing, but what is ultimately in the best interest of student groups and of USAC as a whole. Is it better to wait and make changes at the start of the new year, or is it better to bring the guidelines to a place that is more consistent with what your expectations have been all along? Some of the changes, like the removal of the discretionary paragraph, which, as was earlier pointed out, wasn't consistent with the referenda and the bylaws. So I mean, there's good and bad, but I encourage you to think holistically in making your decision, not just from the perspective of would have been better if this could have happened last summer.
Yeah. I think just the concern I have as chair with this fund is previously during our term, it's been allocated without council consent, and the guidelines have been changed without council consent. Both, again, direct violations of the bylaws and your responsibility, considering this is a referendum that comes directly out of every student's pocket. And so I just really want to make that very, very clear. So for any changes that are going to come up, I know you have one more, well, the one later tonight, and then one more allocation period that we'll be doing week 3, I believe, of spring quarter, was listed on the application. Very, very clear and very, very important that in order for your commission to maintain fiscal responsibility and make sure that you are being accountable to the student body, that any allocation made must be presented to council for consent, and any guideline change must be brought to council for consent. Both of these things are directly stated in our bylaws.
And that's what we're doing today, ever since we've had these discussions, as Dr. Miller had just said, we are still a learning community body in terms of hearing what council has been saying. So specifically, what 2 weeks ago, what y'all brought up, as specifically brought it to know that night, is that really everyone's perspective and we know this now. And so we still are a moving body because we're trying to figure out how best to allocate $100,000 while ensuring that we're doing transparent about it as well. So we have all these matrices, we have all these Google Docs, which I really would share with all of you if you want that. So there's nothing we have to hide, it's just to be cognizant of the fact that this fund is only going to last for 2 years, so we're still learning the ins and outs while still, as Dr. Taylor said, adhering to cultural organizations. Because sometimes us sitting at this table and us doing the application is 2 totally different realms of understanding what they need and what we see as what they need.
Are there any other points regarding this action item? There is a motion on the table, so are there any last points? Stephanie?
Okay, I just like to echo what Dr. Taylor said because I definitely agree that fair funding in a sense should be given a great student equal opportunity based on just the quality of their application. And I don't think it should be a precedent to drastically change guidelines in the middle of the funding cycle. But with that said, I think that at the same time it's almost better to have all of the money spent. So if raising the cap now means that all of the money will be spent at the end of the fiscal year, as opposed to keeping it at 50,000 and having a lot of youth, then I think it's better for student orgs in general. But on a different note, I'm wondering if you could change the CSE to SOL because it's just to make it parallel with other funding sources and recently updated.
So that is a friendly amendment to, okay, that changed. Okay. It's kind of last points, all you.
Yeah, also just echoing what you said, I think the fact that we are teaching it halfway in, the fact that we're making it more expansive, more available to the students is for the better of the student body, especially once again, when students find that how they're applying to the ARC fund. And it's not being restricted, I think if it was restricted, it was being bigger issue, that would have been the, I mean, I'm with us right now, we're providing more access to necessary resources that we've seen over and over again, and we don't have.
One quick question and then I have a couple comments. So, have y'all done projections if the cap remains at 1,500? How much would y'all, how much of that money would go to students? How do you make that? If not, you know, I'm trying
So there's actually a problem in the timeline that we have right now. It actually, so we changed it to 1,500 at the beginning of the year, so that was never actually approved. So last year, it was the 2,000, 3,000 cap. And this year, at the beginning of the year, we would change it to like 1,000, 1,500 cap. And so technically the cap that, so everything that we have allocated is within the guidelines that I guess were never approved at the beginning of this year.
The cap's at 3 currently.
Okay, so have y'all done projections currently with the cap at 3, what the surplus would be?
It's not so much surplus, it's more like we want to focus our funds on groups that we feel deserve it, because with our new mathematical matrix, we're able to compare more relatively how efficient each group or each event is being with their funds, and we want to focus more funds on events we feel use the money better, basically. And then we use the hearings to assess them on a non-logistical basis. So we both have a logistical basis based on mathematics and one based on culture. That's it.
Okay, and then you had a follow-up?
Yeah, well, that, they were mentioning everything, thank you for letting me know about that, right? Because now I realize that last year's allocations were also very different than this year, starting off. So it's, now I understand why it's hard to look at last year's projections and this year's. Let me think about that.
And Lexi?
I would just like to say that I think that Amy, or CAC was given this fund, was given the discretion to allocate as they fit, because the groups that apply to that fund, she obviously, CAC has a close relationship with, she understands what funding they need, she understands their, but I'm just, sorry, long story short, I think that we need to respect CAC and the guidelines that they've been given and the guidelines that they're acting on, and if they want to change it, because it's up to their discretion. I personally wouldn't want somebody to come in and tell me that I don't understand my commission and my commission's needs and the students that I serve, because I do, and I think Amy does as well, and I think we need to look at it from that perspective and respect her decisions. I think what Stephanie said is really accurate. It's best to have the money spent and to go to good use, because that's what we voted on, that's our money. And having it wasted, or not wasted, but having it sent back is not its purpose. And sitting here and almost attacking Amy and attacking the people on stage because of this is, it's not right, and it's unreasonable, and if you're gonna vote, vote, but don't spend time attacking what she sees as best for her commission, because in the end, that's what she's doing. She's not doing it out of bad judgment or malice, she's doing it because she thinks that this is what's best for the students that she serves. So either respect it or vote it down, but I think this conversation is getting very circular and getting very pointed at Amy and Cap, and I don't appreciate that.
Any other last comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into a vote. All in favor of the proposed ARC guidelines, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those against? 1, 2. Those that abstain? 0 to a 10 to 0 decision. The ARC guidelines have been approved. Okay, next up we have the UCLA Wellness Referendum. So hand it over to Zach, put it under your name. Since we will be voting on the actual referendum, I'm going to ask we place a motion on the table and then discuss the actual action item, since we already had our special presentation. Okay, you want to make a motion? Yes.
I move to approve the hashtag UCLA Wellness Initiative to be placed on the ballot for spring 2016.
Okay, if we can rephrase it to stay consistent with the Daily Bruin one, so to have the hashtag UCLA Wellness Referendum language be approved by UCOP to be placed on the ballot.
Okay, I move to approve that the hashtag UCLA Wellness Initiative be placed on the ballot upon approval from UCOP.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Ariel. Okay, we'll go into discussion. So any discussion regarding the actual, yes,
Patty, can you put the language of the referendum itself, not the presentation, since that's what we're actually, it's probably a different tab. I just want the actual language to review.
I would do my best to do that.
Okay.
We've all been emailed out to you as well, so you should have your copy. So we'll go ahead into discussion regarding the referendum.
So based on everything we presented during the special presentation, that's the main question and the breakdown right there. And so, yeah, in this discussion.
Okay.
Just for clarification, I didn't probably go to Marvin. For 150 courts, you said psychological services. I know like that's under student affairs. Would that be kind of the same question you made to me, which is the top board a student affairs and then to the actual go to referendum?
And just to add on, this particular language has actually been approved by Nicole Green from CAP and Assistant Vice Chancellor Suzanne Teslow as well. So we have met with them and confirmed with them these amounts, and so just as far as the language itself, this has been endorsed by them and supported by them. So we just want to add that as well, so that they're very aware of what's going on.
And I know you briefly touched on this during the special presentation questions, but can you go a little more into depth regarding the $12 and then $18 and how that correlates to the 953 new students that are coming in?
Okay, yeah. So it's a mixture of ways in which why we want, or there's a variety of reasons why we want to stagger it over 3 years. So one, like I said, for the increase in enrollment, that's more of a supplementary reason. The main reason was sort of in the presentation with the programs that we want to establish with this money, particularly in the commissions, and Steph can talk on behalf of contingency. We don't want to just get this excess amount of money next year because we can't say with the initiatives that we want this money to go to, we can't guarantee that's going to be carried out next year. And the last thing we want is for students to be charged all of this money and it not be implemented with the programs that it is set up for right now. Because as I said, sort of for the office that I serve particularly, it's a big expansion of what's going on in collaboration with other departments here on campus. So we want it staggered so that way these initiatives can roll out and become successful over the next 3 years. So that way by the time we get the full amount 3 years from now, we've developed programs, we know this money's coming, so we're able to spend the next couple of years as institutionalized offices here within USAC to plan how to create programs that utilize this money most efficiently. And I'd say that that's sort of the overarching main reason, and so.
I could also add on to that, the increment is not arbitrary. We definitely want to increase in funds, but we want it to increase at a rate that is parallel to the growth of its needs. Coming from the perspective of how we manage contingency, having a drastic increase in the first year alone, I think that would mean that the funds would be managed, budgeted, predicted, adjusted, advertised, budgeted, and allocated a lot differently, and so that whole process would have to be re-evaluated, and I'm not sure when that would be re-evaluated. So drastically staying at contingency literally runs every single week of the fiscal year. And also with the research commissions, I think they would be expanding their services and programming at a scale that parallels their increase in funds. And so, yeah, I think a concrete example because the board of directors last year state programming fund has about 272,000. They only do a funding cycle once every quarter, and it's comparing for every single group that applies. Whereas the guarantee, since they don't have the
the community like manpower is a whole parents for 14 weeks every single week. And so, having like a larger pool of funds, we have to make sure that we're putting in their due diligence, looking over their lots and evaluating the quality of their applications and helping the spirit to say, okay, here's like 18,000 times 3 times 29,000 undergraduates to contingency next year to my successor. And they're gonna have to figure it out and change the entire reevaluation process. So that's coming from a perspective, from a perspective, someone who's not on the hearings or someone who might be studying even for social management commissions.
Okay. Ian?
I guess my question is, if continuous programming were to increase, say, by $3 instead of $1 in the first year, wouldn't that allow the student groups to, wouldn't that allow the committee to allocate sufficient funds to meet the needs of the student groups without necessarily having to change the way that those funds are dispersed? Because in the presentation it says that currently this would mean $120 out of $720. So if we were to allocate that entire $720, would that really necessitate that much of a change? Because is that the money that they're applying for contingency or the total need for their event? So it is on the presentation where it says average requested, is that how much you need for the entire event?
No, that's the amount they use for the entire event is what's called amount required.
Okay.
And then they usually apply a portion of that to, and it's called amount requested, and that's significantly different from the amount that's required.
So would it be possible to just, basically fill that need of amount that's requested without necessarily having to change all of the inner workings of the committee?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, by increasing it incrementally, the next year allocations would nearly double for every single student group. At the same time, the finance committee wouldn't have to grade any differently. I believe that the grading process is very transparent as it is, and now it's even more difficult and complex audits. And so I think it's good as it is, but in 3 years from now, having an 18 incremental change, then if you do that in the first year alone, then it's really going to affect the image. I don't know how much it would be, like 10 or something like that. So in that case, we would have to be hearing higher more committee members, which is long high enough to have more committee members and all that.
Trent?
Upon what premise are we working under that it will change it dramatically? So I guess my question is, in previous years, has there ever been an increase of such an extent of $18 that you all are justifying? Because right now it's just saying, we project, that if you were to pay $18 first, then it'd be, a ton of work for everyone. But it has previous experience show. Where are you getting that?
I haven't showed in like one specific funding body, but I mean, funds have always increased by that amount or even higher. Like take Burnett and North Activity Referendum and our security fund. And so all of those amounts that are higher or equal the amount that we're looking for the third year incremental increase. But regarding like one specific funding body, not the reason we're doing it for contingency is because we've seen such a high need. And I think contingency is needed that quickly response to growing the students that are having
To further answer that question, we also followed a similar model of past referenda. So there is a precedent for doing an increment like this. 2 referenda have passed the SAFE referendum of ASU CLA in 2005, and the TGIF referendum actually did this in the same way because these 2 referendum created, so like the SAFE referendum of ASU CLA increased student fees by $48 over 5 years, and then that became adjusted for inflation. They did that to do things like renovating the bomb shelter and replacing them. So they were projecting these funds to come in order to carry out multi-year long projects. So it's following a similar model of like that with the increments as far as our end. In the commissions of that being able to institutionalize programs, but projecting it 2 to 3 years out because, again, we don't want this excess of cash to just sit here next year and come back to surplus. So I wanted to refer to those 2 past referenda that have passed following the same model and sort of where we got that idea from.
Danny?
So I just have another question about contingency aspect of this. So given how if this referendum were to pass, it would substantially increase, baseline information you've shown us to the contingency fund, specifically not like, other funds like capital contingency or soup or whatever. Since contingency was bringing in this much more money, would you want to readjust and would it prompt you to want to see how you would want to change these other funds that, are also affecting the student body and just reevaluate how we're taking the fund out of soup and other sources to try to, really give students, the most access to funds as possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's a very challenging question, but I think I have the items in clarify. Yeah, so if the referendum were to be protect council and it did pass the student body, then yes, contingency would receive a lot more funds. And I feel like regardless of that, we are looking into changes with other funding pools that aren't as efficient, such as soup and whatnot. So yes, we are looking to changes, but it's not, and yes, contingency, we can implement different changes, such as if we eliminate soup and contingency to fund things like some funds for contingency that it currently comes for, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Another alternative, because contingency is funded in the original budget by 10% of the USA membership fee, correct? If this fee were to come in, we would now have a stable foundation of fees for contingency. That would then open up the possibility to create a bylaw change, decreasing that 10% to whatever percent we see now the contingency has stable funds, and reallocating that to soup. Is a potential idea of what we could do, but that would be more of a bylaw change that would have to happen, once we see the results of the referendum. But definitely something I think that's worth talking about is what are these other ways we can accommodate, considering that these sources are funded by percentages of that membership fee that goes.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Or any amendments to the language? I will also open it up for that as well. One thing I want to say is that you two all could be really specified. I emailed asking for a line item breakdown. So thank you all for providing that in your PowerPoint, especially the statistics. You really got it down to the penny. Appreciated that because I think that's the most important decision when voting on referendum is to make sure there is fiscal responsibility. But I think you were able to clarify where the discrepancies are lying. I appreciate you taking the time to clarify that. Okay?
Yeah, one quick question. I don't know if you all can answer this. I tried to look at earlier this week, but do you know last year, and I know y'all weren't on that last year, but did like your commissions last year have a surplus? If you're aware, if you're not aware, I get it. Because last year, luckily, because I was just like Allison's commission, I know that Allison had like a surplus of like around 5,000 to 7,000 unspent months.
I am aware, I don't know the amount off the top of my head, I am aware that there is a surplus. We've actually had a surplus for a couple of years, but the amount of the surplus for the programs that we're looking for, particularly the office that I serve, looking to expand that surplus would not have been able to do it because as you see, we are asking for a rather large increase over 3 years. So doing something like just maintaining a van for service projects to go out and do service in the community, that's $10,000 to maintain over the course of the year. And we have 33 projects that go out and do service 7 days a week in the local community. So the surplus was not of the magnitude to where we could implement the ideas we have suggested with this fund here.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about it too in terms of, for our surplus, my understanding of last year, there was a surplus, but not the technical definition of what a surplus is and going forward. It's like next year's application. Our surplus is that we do sometimes have a surplus, and I know that we have a last year. And our surpluses are always taken into account of that. We actually use those to fund more student-run, student-initiated programs, such as technical bathrooms. And we also look to essentially utilize that source back to different student-run, student-initiated projects.
Trent, do you follow?
Yeah, so you will like have surplus, but like let's say 2 weeks before the budget circle, you all will figure out a way to like, okay, there's this project and this project. and the history of your funds.
So here's the thing, like, I don't know if it's 2 weeks or, I didn't know what
Yeah,
it was last year.
yeah.
But I just know that, like, our funds are utilized for student run student issue projects.
Okay, so you use it all.
I don't know the exact extent of the situation at hand, but we were initially not expected to run a surplus, and then an event fell through last second, which does happen. So that, I believe, is the extent of what our surplus was. But the events that I'm looking to plan, I didn't get an exact opportunity to touch upon it because we ran out of time with PowerPoint. But the events I'm looking to run, similar to the way Zach said, are more high budget events that we can slowly institute as institutionalized events within Campus Events Commission by the steady increase in the referendum fee. But the event that we have would have not allowed for surplus this year or last year for CC, but unfortunately things do happen when you're a programming staff, and it was really sad and unfortunate to the extent of my knowledge, but it's not looking, we're not going to be running a surplus this year.
I'd like to amend my comment a little bit. Thank you, Stephanie, for clarifying line to line. But so 2 of the 3 commissions that are on it are running a surplus. What is estimated, I believe, one of you clarified is around 5 or 6, oh no, you said 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Do you know roughly what your surplus was last year?
I'm not aware of what the surplus.
Okay, Marvin?
We didn't have surplus because we used it for student and student issue programming, to my knowledge.
Okay. For last year, but then you said in past prior years you have run in a surplus recently?
I don't know, I just said from my perspective.
Okay. Do you have a rough ballpark, Zach?
I am unaware of the surplus from last year. I only came in as the managing the budget for this year.
Yeah.
And allocating those fees over some.
Okay.
I think what me and Zach are both trying to say with what we are doing is the surplus that we did. No, he doesn't know surplus, we don't, but the projects that we are trying to implement, the reason why we need funding for those is these are small scale, minor surplus projects. These are projects that need to be implemented over the course of a couple of years with increased funding. For CC, we did run a surplus, and I'm not saying that we didn't, we had an event fall through, but also the events that we're looking to throw are going to be incurring higher fees. There's going to be higher cost of facilities, as we see through Jazz Reggae. Facilities increase, security increases year after year, and it's really difficult to manage that. And honorarium also increases year after year. They get the expectation of programming and the standards that you have to achieve while programming when you have the reputation of the really prestigious programming board that we have. CAC is, really historic in the programs that babies have looked to implement. Same with CEC, same with SWC, and same with CSC. And so I think that, and all the other programs on top of it. So the funding that we are asking for, regardless of what happened last year, where we're looking towards the future, and we're assessing the need now in this moment. I wasn't the commissioner last year, Zach wasn't the commissioner last year, but I am looking at my commission now and saying this is what I believe CEC, in my genuine opinion, will need in the future to run the events that we want to run. And I think that we've made that case very clear, and I think it should be up to the students whether or not they want to vote on that increased fee. It's not up to council can look at us and assess the need of us on the ballot, but the fact of the matter is it's up to the students to decide whether or not they want to incur this fee to continue having the programs in place that they are accustomed to, that they enjoy. We have hundreds, in fact, we have thousands of students in these programs every single year. The amount of impact that SWC and CSC and contingency has had, and the amount of impact that CAS has and continues to have on students, I think demonstrates that these programs and these institutions are being used. And they're going to continue to be used at a higher and higher rate. And the CSC programs keep increasing in popularity. And they're going to keep increasing in popularity because our outreach is going to increase and the enrollment is going to increase, the exposure to students are going to increase. So it should be up to the students to decide whether or not they want to incur this fee to continue having the programs that they enjoy and are accustomed to.
One follow-up concern that I would have then to comment on Lexi's comments, you had mentioned that the cost was, you're associating your term as CEC. You're looking at what you're expecting in your term as CEC, but next year you don't know what CEC is going to be. The year after, you don't know what CEC is going to be. How do we know that future commissioners are going to have the same vision that you do and thus require the same funding options that you do? It goes for the other 3 commissions. And I'm not trying to challenge, I'm just want clarification is what I'm asking.
Absolutely. We have certain programs that my role at CEC we've had in years past, and for instance, the Jack Benny and the Spencer Tracy Awards are historic in UCLA history. Jack Benny Awards is an award for achievement in comedy. People, John Belushi, Robin Williams, Ellen DeGeneres, Evan O'Brien. These are names everybody knows, everybody respects in the world of comedy. Spencer Tracy Ward, Tom Hayes, Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman. These are also names that are just very well respected in the industry. These awards are really historic and I think have been a really big part of CC history. They are a really high cost to run. And they're going to continue to be high cost to run. They're generally done in Woods College, everybody knows it's expensive to use. So those are costs that are always going to be incurred. Concerts are always going to have costs, and the security is just going to keep increasing from there. We have some institutionalized programs that aren't going to change, they're just going to increase in cost. So the fact of the matter is whether or not I'm CC next year, the next person's CC the year after that, it doesn't make a difference because the costs are still going to be incurred, they're still going to increase. And CC, no matter who runs it, we are a driven commission. We always want to excel, we always want all students. We want to constantly push ourselves to grow and thrive as a commission and expand the opportunities that we have for students. That's not going to change no matter who runs it. Because that's the kind of people that are on our commission. I think that's the kind of people that sit on USAC. And people that aren't complacent, that want to grow, that want to expand, and this referendum gives us that opportunity to constantly grow and expand. So no matter who runs it, there are still programs that are always going to be put into place year after year, but there's also going to be opportunity to expand those programs, to grow them into something that can be institutionalized, that we never have to, that we're not going to have to worry about. Can we keep this historic event around, but we don't have funding?
Just to, I guess, touch base on that too, it goes to the point of like obviously, or not obviously, but I'm actually planning on not being here next year, so where was my best that we see, because a lot of people aren't going to be here next year in terms of, I don't know, if you have a successor in mind, just guarantee that that person's going to be a great career position and going to be very willing to put on the same programs you do. But it just goes to show that, like, you know, moving on to the future, what we want to do is create the opportunities for the future student leaders and USAC that are held accountable at this table, not only students, but also by administrators to make sure that they're given the opportunity to really make an impact on this campus that's absolutely recognized and it will be impactful. And it will be almost like a necessity in matter sense, but, you know, really this is the impact that we want to make in the community and we want the students to let or have the opportunity to decide on whether they want this to pass. And so I guess to touch more in context is that, like, for the feminine hygiene products, there might be a concern like, hey, you know, like, what if the next SWC doesn't do this? You know, there's just money to do this. This is why the reason what we do is I'm already in talks with the Ash Center to really partner with them, institutionalize this effort to really make sure that this is something that moves forward. And that if anything, like, this is something I feel like everyone, or most people at UCLA can really agree on, that this is something that we would like to see is impacted.
Are there any other questions or amendments to the language regarding the hashtag UCLA Wellness Referendum? Alia?
I was just wondering about the task portion, like how it all kind of like came, like, about that.
Yeah, and so I guess, like, again, like, our presentation was somewhat rushed sometimes, but myself, I've been very fortunate to meet with Dr. Colgreen, director, and also Dr. Seth Love, Vice Chancellor, and then we really were able to sit down, or I was able to sit down with them face to face, and actually we had other students on too. And that they are very supportive of the student representation efforts, and they understand the idea of, like, you know, where is the money coming from students in this case. This is something that's, if anything, that's something very nice to ask from of students. So it's more so that they have given us the approval of, like, you know, we do support something like this. We recognize the students who want to make an impact, and it's more so that this is a student on a student motive, or essentially like process and idea that they do support. And so in terms of where the ideas go, it's for the line items, I did mention some of the new organization. A lot of it will be essentially for creating new innovative interfaces for the student body in terms of, again, creating one more position for one more counselor. We'll just open up another lane for where Dr. Green has told us, like, you know, like, I've always wanted to put on, like, wellness workshops online for people, but I know Mark at UCLA, Wellness Awareness Research Center, they have free medication. So even something like that, in terms of, like, if you give if we have the funds ready to help them facilitate that, to get distributed out to the community, and really impact more students at a more broad level. And that's really taking an innovative approach to the idea of, like, you know, passing education, and then also more.
Okay, check.
So I'm gonna go for an amendment. I was 50% last time, and we'll be a little bit better, of course. So I would, based upon like the projections and your presentation, which is extremely insightful, I get it, and I get like y'all need the money. And honestly, like exactly the program that you proposed in 3 years, like I would love to see in action. So I guess I'm amending, or I moved to amend the language so that the wellness, hashtag USAC wellness initiative, would be $4.50 a quarter to UCLA, comes inside $3, $1.50, $3 to contingency, $1.50 to student loans, $1.50 to campus events, $3 to community service, and then $4.50 financial aid, essentially mixing the fee increases, and then having the fee just tied into CPI starting next year. And then, so yeah. So
Can you repeat those numbers one more time?
So essentially I'm tripling everything, because like after the third year, we would have tripled it, and I'm just proposing that we just have a one-time fee charged to the student loan. Instead of it going up from 6 to 12 to 18. It seems as though like y'all have a good plan for your commission. I feel like I would just kind of, in my opinion, more transparent for the student body, knowing that like, look, it's just going to be easy to vouch that off for that, and then it's not to see.
Okay, so you've made a motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Ian. Now we'll go into discussion regarding the amendment. Is there any discussion regarding the amendment? Zach?
Just first, like a bit of information, so this gets, what's the approval, is it majority, 2/3, to amend this?
Amend would be majority.
It would be a majority, okay. So, as a commissioner in an office for the past couple of years, I would, first off, the way it's written is not lacking in transparency. It says $6 per undergraduate student per quarter for 3 consecutive years. Broken down, G, the fee will increase to $12 in fall 2017, the fee will increase to $18 in fall 2018. I personally don't want to see this excess of cash come in next year, because at the end of the year, I can guarantee there's going to be a huge surplus. And at the end of the day, yeah, surplus can just be voted on the following year for other things, but we want to use this to plan and establish long-term programs in our office to where I personally I can't see this being utilized within that first year, and don't think that is fiscally responsible to charge our students immediately in order to do that, which is why I would ask everyone to please vote no on that and keep the language as written, as approved by departments here at UCLA, including CAPS, who have projected this number as well for their increase, and I don't want to put that on them as well as the department receiving these funds.
I don't know about your trend.
Yeah, okay, then that's completely fair. Then going back to the previous discussion, the point that Heather brought up.
We're still in the motion that you had.
Okay, then can I rescind mine?
The motion is placed on the table in second, so we would have to go to a vote. Does anyone have any last minute commentary? Ian?
I think I support the amendment. I think it's a lot more upfront, honestly, if we're saying, look, eventually we're going to get a student body for $18 a quarter. We can do that now, and maybe surpluses, but I think that the commission next year can use that money to invest their ability to establish those programs. They might not use the entirety of the money, but who knows if 2 years from now, the CEC, the SWC, Community Service Commissioner are going to need that money for the programs that they want to carry out.
Anais?
Yeah, well, I think that we just have to remember the fact that this was departmentally approved and that it was recent. So I think that adding these numbers is very responsible, as Senator wants to mention. And I think that we are not the judges to add that certain amount of to this referendum. We have to do adequate research. It's actually very responsible to do so. And I think we need to trust the operating stuff, the referendum, to make sure that they know what they're doing. And just to see how the students are going to decide for this referendum, let the students vote. We're talking about making sure that students have that option to see which one, I guess, places greater value for them, which shouldn't be a competition because these are all great referendums. But the students should be the ultimate deciding factor and to see if they want to vote down here or if they want to vote for approval.
Okay, I had Stephanie's hand up first. Did you still want to make your comment?
Yeah, I would just echo what Amy Zach had said, that it is not fiscally responsible to throw $18 per quarter into continuing as an undergraduate. At least for contingency and also all of these commissions because the growth in funds has to parallel the growth in programming. Otherwise, there's going to be a ginormous surplus. As we saw in previous years, there was a surplus of about $300,000. If we do an $18 per quarter in the first year alone, then that surplus will exponentially increase. And as you've seen with the high surplus here, there are a lot of problems. Surplus isn't necessarily a good thing. Yes, more money is good, but having more surplus isn't good. And as you see this year, 100% of surplus is allocated towards capital contingency and contingency. So there's no point in having a large surplus this year and having it go back into debt contingency. You might as well give it to contingency directly and to these commercials directly.
Okay, so we still have this motion on the table, the amendment. You can't rescind, so I'm gonna go ahead into a vote. So all in favor of the amendment? 1, all those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And those that abstain, 11, 1, 0 vote, the amendment has failed. So now we'll go back to our regular, oh, sorry, 1, 11, 0, sorry. It don't pass.
Just kind of based upon our discussion, then I would like to amend the language then to just have it be $6 without a fee increase of $12.18, and then just tie into CPI. Because from my understanding, it's like, yes, you're gonna have, y'all are against 18, and I understand why, because there's even an enormous surplus. But in 3 years, which in my opinion is a relatively quick time, you're saying, oh, then by that time we'll have, all of our events planned, we'll have 0 surplus whatsoever. But at the same time, we can't necessarily predict the future. We're hedging our bets. And in my opinion, what you're saying, right, is fiscally irresponsible for us to do that to the student body, right, to charge them and then just have the surplus. So let's go ahead and have just the $6. And then for future years, if we see this used effectively, then we can come back and run this again. And allow the student body to really see that, okay, this is kind of what we're seeing. This is the great programming events. This is the more money available to contingency, the more resources available to CAPS. Then we can go ahead and pass another $6 increase. So that's my
Okay, so you've made a motion. Is there a second? Second by Ian. So now we're in discussion regarding this specific motion.
What exactly, like, specifically one, I guess,
specifically, yeah, so I am amending part G and H to be eliminated. And then I would be CPI related without beginning fall 2016. Because it would start next year.
Okay, so any discussion regarding this new amendment? Zach?
I'm sorry, I'm going to refer to my presentation here. The reasoning that was used in the previous amendment does not apply to this. And it doesn't apply to this because last time we're talking about $18 all at once, infusing these offices with money, leading to a surplus, which a surplus at the end of the day is not a responsible use of money. That's just what it is. We have created these numbers in this 3-year plan to project a 3-year plan in which we can carry out these new activities. So one example I'm going to use just relative to my office is I talked about sort of the 2 main hubs that utilize transportation for service organizations. I started acquiring vehicles for CSC, more vehicles to provide more transportation resources to our projects back in July. We didn't get those until February. It took over 6 months just for transportation services and us to coordinate the logistical paperwork of ASUCLA in order to start leasing new vehicles. It's timelines like those, in addition to the other implementation of programs that we have laid out as to why we need time. We can't just do it all at once. But the overall impact, getting $6 now and getting, or just right now, where compared to 18 over 3 years, prevents us from being able to possibly grow and look at ways in which we can expand. For us alone, with our projects, $200,000 of this new money would go to acquire vehicles for transfer service organizations on campus. I get an email at least 2 times a month of a service organization here on campus asking to come under the CSC umbrella to utilize our transportation services. However, we are unable to bring in more under because our resources are already stretched thin. Doing a $1 increase isn't going to make the same impact as we've projected for the $3 and the overall $18 impact. This entire year, we've talked about long-term sustainable funding. That's what this is doing, and it's doing it in a way so we can prepare for the money, we can be fiscally responsible about it, and it's not just all this money coming in. The $18 is justified, but it's not reasonable to do it all at once, which is why I disagree with that amendment.
Okay, so we still have the amendment on the table. Are there any final questions before I go into the vote regarding the amendment? Amy?
I just want to provide like a commission perspective on this, on the fact that the one thing different is the internal structure of these commissions, that the legacy is so long. And to bring up the point that we can't really project what will happen in the future, yeah, there's some truth to that, but at the same time, these commissions generally have had their set events and what they've been doing for so many years, and the only way that we see our commissions in general is that we're going to improve upon those set agendas that we have every single year. So I think just that comment earlier that was made about the fact that what we don't know and whatnot, I think that in itself is a bit offensive to commissioners, just because of the idea that like once we walk into the office, we're taught about our history of that commission, what has already been institutionalized in the commission, what we're working towards, and the idea that we can only grow from there. And so I think it's just to acknowledge that commission perspective. I think even like you can even attest to that, and being able to like you all know what you do traditionally each year, private education, stress-free, you institutionally know what has been set in place. And obviously, when we come in as a commissioner, the only thing we want to do is improve on it or grow or even do new things. And so I just think that's for me personally, I wouldn't feel right if I hadn't said that tonight or addressed that.
Okay, so any other final discussion regarding that? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into a vote regarding the amendment that was proposed. So all in favor of the amendment? 1, 2. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And all those abstain? 0. So 2, 10, 0 votes. The amendment has failed. So now we're going back to general discussion regarding the overall language of the referendum. Okay.
I guess the motion to just vote on the language as is.
So you want to call the question? Okay, so there's been a call to the question. So is there a second to call the question? No, there's no second to call the question? No. Okay, so there's been a call to the question. As chair, I would like to go ahead and issue a vote. Not sure anyway. So, all right, so we're going to go. So all those in favor of the motion, which was the #UCLA Wellness Initiative language being voted on by UCOP and being assessed by UCOP to be placed on the ballot. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those against and those abstain. So 12-0-0 vote. #UCLA Wellness Initiative has been approved to go to UCOP to be placed on the ballot. Okay, next up we have for social justice referenda. I'd like to thank everyone in the room for staying. I know this week's time very final, so thank you all so much for being present. We appreciate your patience. So Trent?
I would, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I move to suspend the rules to allow for outside comments.
Okay, outside comments by Jess.
Members of the association.
So to anyone in the room, or do you want to, or do you want to speak to authors of the referendum? Anyone in the room?
Just suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rules.
Is there a second? Seconded by Heather. All those in favor?
Wait, is it a bit?
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to say, I think that's a little broad. To just suspend the rules. I mean, maybe we can suspend the rules to allow for comments to do another referendum, but just to suspend them. That's broad.
Do you want to suspend the rules?
Okay, so we have discussion. Is there any other follow-up discussion regarding the point that was made by you?
I was maybe suggesting that any questions to the rest questions, copies the office to referendum.
Yeah.
I'd like to amend the motion by saying, suspend the rules to allow the authors of the referendum to answer questions when recognized by the chair.
Okay, so there's been an amendment. Is there a second to the amendment? Anais? Okay, so there's been an amendment, seconded by the amendment. So we'll go all in favor of the amended motion. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those against? And those abstain? Okay, so a 12-0-0 vote. The amended motion has been approved. So now we'll go on to conversations regarding the social justice referendum. We'll kind of split up our discussion. The first will be regarding overall points, and then later we'll ask for any specific amendments that anyone may have to the referendum language. And so there has been some slight changes in the language. The updated language has been sent to Patty.
I sent it to you.
It's in the physical copy?
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay. So for clarifications, there have been some changes between when the language was submitted on Thursday to what is available on our email, but the handed out amendment, the handed out referendum language is what has been suggested. We are discussing the referendum. I will ask that someone make a motion to approve the referendum. Trent?
I didn't take the referendum.
Can you specify specifically?
The social justice referendum, 26.
To be
To be put on the ballot for this upcoming USAC.
to be voted on, or to be discussed by yourself.
For this upcoming USAC.
Okay, so can you state it one more time?
I move to approve the social justice referendum of 2016 to be approved by Utah for this USAC 2016 election.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Ariel. Okay, so now we'll go into general discussion regarding the referendum. Trent?
And I ask the chair to ask Jazz Keon what changes have been made in comparison to what was sent to us and what is in our hands.
Okay, I believe the amended motion was anyone on council can ask the author, so you may ask them.
No, it's chair. Thank you.
Okay, Trent, I'm calling on you. You may ask.
What changes were made between the letters that were sent to us via email and what we have in our hands today?
Good job.
What were the changes made from what was sent to us on Thursday as well as in our hands?
I can't list out word by word, but overall, we got feedback from Deb regarding clarification, specifically on if the fund is being created and it doesn't exist, but it would specifically say create. We also needed to clarify regarding unit camp, being housed under cultural and recreational affairs. So a lot of the changes have to do with clarification in order for, as I said, we'll be able to get the guide for when Utah use it. I do have to make note that we calculated the return of aid incorrectly on Thursday and we submitted. The online copy, we thought it was $6.20 to go to return of aid. It's actually $6.25. It was just poor math. So we had to take 5 cents out from somewhere else on the line items, and we decided to take that out on CAC. So the biggest change, I guess, everything is the same numerically and line item wise, but CAC was 450 and now it's 445.
Okay.
But if I were to go through word by word, we'd be here for another week.
Okay, are there any specific points regarding the overall referendum before we get into any recommended amendments?
I would like to find out creating that was, like the child family.
Yes.
Who's that big?
Created, and then the LGBTQ programming fund. And the cultural and spiritual student programming fund, correct me if I'm wrong, Jazz. And the USAC Academic Affairs Commissioner Academic Travel Union Fund.
But largely the intention and character of the referendum is pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's essentially the same, just we needed to clarify for you now.
And then for part E, the access to the John Wooden Center 24 hours a day, it's okay to still say support because you're not creating a separate fund?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other questions regarding the overall referendum? Or any points of discussion that would like to be made? I'll open the table now. If you still have any discussion points, you can of course bring them up, but I'll open it up to any possible amendments anyone would like to make to the language. I'd like to make, thank you all so much for providing the very detailed information that you did in the packets. It really means a lot. This was a request I sent to you all asking kind of line item breakdowns and statement of needs. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate all the students who are available to come out tonight, and all the students who presented as well. You really were able to demonstrate. You had specific people from each of these different entities. They really demonstrated the need. So thank you so much for all the students who came out and are here at 11:15. And shows how much this referendum is. So thank you all, everyone. Does anyone else have any discussion points they'd like to bring up regarding the referendum? Yeah.
Another thing that struck me, especially during public comments, I don't think I've ever seen like such a, I don't think I've seen anything like this since we've come to council in terms of just a really positive coming together in campus when it's been very difficult. Time with respect to campus climate has been a big issue, and just the one of unity, and it made me very proud to be there. So thank you all for that.
Okay, are there any other points of discussion that would like to be brought up? All right.
Yeah, I just want to go on what Zach said, like just going through everything that's been stated here. It's like, honestly, one word I would say is beautiful. And just especially with line item F about students with dependents for child care services. As transfer student representatives, I work with a lot of transfers who happen to be non-traditional students. And I can see like how it affects their academics and the need for it. So I really appreciate that message also.
Any other points that would like to be brought up? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into a vote. There is a motion on the table in a second. So all in favor of having the social justice referendum go before UCOP to be approved to be placed on the ballot with the motion. So all in favor, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those against and those who abstain. To a 12-0-0 vote, the motion is then approved. Thank you, everyone. We're still continuing our meeting, so if you choose to do so quietly. We'll go on to, we are now finished with new business. We did have a table fund allocation for the Art Restoring Community Fund. be the consent item. Now that we have approved the new ARC funding guidelines, which are 5,000 cap, that would mean the allocation for 4,000, the allocation for 3,096, the other allocation for 4,000 would be under that cap. Just as clarification for everyone on the table. So this is a consent item, so is there any points of discussion or objection? Amy?
Earlier I said the one number was. Okay, so Selma, the input was wrong. So they actually refunded $1,460.64. And they were allocated.
Thank you, everyone.
They were allocated at
Okay, and how much were they, sorry, can you repeat that number again?
$1,460.61, and then they were allocated the full amount.
Okay, 4,000?
1,000.
1,000, okay, sorry, I heard you wrong. Okay. Okay, so are they points of discussion or objection regarding the fund allocations for ARC? Okay, seeing none, approved by consensus. Okay, next up we'll go on to announcements. Again, yes.
Meeting with the meeting during finals week.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. So, meeting during finals week. I would like to say as chair, I do not believe we need a meeting during finals week unless anyone has anything specific that they need approved. So before we get any motion on the table, I just want to ask any of the council members if there's anything that you need to have brought up by next Tuesday. Stephanie?
Oh, I'm wondering if online voting is an option for contingency programming time if we don't have meetings.
I don't, can we do that?
Then it's order winter break, and then we reconfirm the vote again, when we come back.
Okay, just because I'd like to let the city groups know before so that they can plan for their stream.
We just have to get enough email votes to make sure everyone emails and CCs everyone on those emails to go.
Okay. Can council be upheld to that accountability? Yes. Okay, so we can reaffirm it. Does anyone, though, before we get any motion on the table, I just want to ask, is there anyone that needs to have something approved next week before spring break? We won't have another meeting until the following Tuesday, so that is 2 weeks off. Yes.
Patty, when did you need that discretionary for the website done? Okay.
I've already paid for it.
ARC that mentioned earlier that there were 2 organizations that had submitted applications late and were waiting for guidelines.
Yeah.
So that would be also approval in terms of like allocating funds to them.
Okay, so we can do that again. It is a consent item, so I believe we just, if there's any objections, and then we can reaffirm during week 1 of spring quarter.
So I just emailed you.
Email to me, and then I'll email it to council. Same goes for you, Stephanie. Email to me, I'll email it to council. Okay, so since this is a agenda item, it is an action item. So I think the cleanest thing would just be for someone to make a motion and then we can get a second and vote no. But yeah.
Or I move to cancel next week's announcement.
Okay.
Yes.
Second, okay. Yes, we do that. So no meeting. Okay, seconded. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those against? And those abstained? To 12-0-0 vote. We will not have meeting next week. Please be on, for everyone on council. Please be very aware of your emails since we are going to have those 2 votes. Additionally, if something does come up and we need to have an emergency meeting, please be on call and looking out for our emails just to make sure that we are all on the same page. Response times on emails lately have been a little bit slow, so please be sure to respond, especially regarding the fund allocations for ARC contingency. So next up we'll go on to announcements, and thank you for that point of order, Sharon. I appreciate that. So next we'll move on to announcements. Again, please be filling out the Google Doc to be placed on Facebook. And now that we have a publicity director, if there's something that's related to all of USAC, you'll want to help us out. So if there are any last minute announcements or any changes to announcements that have been made since 5 p.m. today? Anyone have anything new that they want to announce at council that they hadn't placed on?
I was discussing, I think that's the SWC, getting something for the hand sanitizer, so we're bringing that Thursday, Friday, so if you guys send it, there's a thing, something, there's a lot of jokes around the thing. That's it.
Okay, any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, I can entertain a motion to adjourn. Zach?
I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second? Second by Anna Reese. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those against? Those against, okay, and those abstained. To 12-0-0 vote. The meeting has been adjourned, meeting at 11:22.